Hello, everyone, and welcome to Imagine Orchestra. My name is Brendan, and I'm your host for today as we take you through a whistle stop tour of a brand new venture supported by Creative Ireland in aid, of course, of the day that is today, which is Cruinniú Noone. So happy Cruinniú Noone Day to you all. I hope you're all enjoying the day and lots to see and do right across the country and globally, indeed, for the day that's in it. If you don't know what it is specifically, it's a day of free creativity for children and young people, supported by Creative Ireland. And you can find lots of activities on their main website, over 600 events going on today, right across the country. If you want to go onto the website, it's cruinniu.creativeireland.gov.ie. More specifically, here, this is the home of Imagine Orchestra for today. For the next 5 hours, we're going to be bringing you some news, views, events, and digital creativity all in the music sphere because we are essentially the Royal Irish Academy of Music. We're delighted to be a strategic partner of Cruinniú Noone this year. Thanks again to Creative Ireland for the chance to support and create this very unique digital hub. The hub itself will allow anybody, not just musicians, to engage in music creativity. So you're going to hear from musicians, composers, creators, improvisers, people who create music itself, and also people who create instruments as well. We've got some lovely events coming up over the course of the next 5 hours. First of all, very soon, at about 20 past 11, we're going to be welcoming a very special guest indeed, a world trendsetter and somebody who needs no introduction whatsoever, but we're delighted to have her with us at 20 past 11. And I'll not say any more about that until we meet and greet that lady herself. Then at 12 o'clock, the culmination really of our Imagine Orchestra project over the last few weeks. We've got a world record attempt. We're going for the biggest world virtual orchestra performance, and everybody had up until Thursday at 6 p.m. to pre record all the videos of Ode to Joy, send them in to ourselves, and we've pieced those all together now. And we're going to be going live at 12 o'clock, fingers crossed, to beat that world record. The world record is 1,320, and we hope, we've got it nailed. But it's going to be Ode to Joy with a twist. So join us again at 12 o'clock for that, immediately after a little interview with our special guest. Soon after, then, the performance of the premiere world record attempt, we're going to take a little tour of Imagine Orchestra, the website itself, some of the resources that you can find up on the website, and some of the sights and sounds that you can enjoy. Some of the people that we'll be meeting and greeting later on are the people who've contributed to that website as well, including Ardu, more specifically, Kieran Kelly and Vicky are going to join us for a live workshop later on today. But before that, we're going to have Ty Kinsella, who's going to show some creativity with technology, things like iPads and iPhones, etc., things that are accessible to us now in that space. Then 2 o'clock will be the folks with Ardu for some vocal workshops. Before that, I'm going to show you a pre-recorded workshop that they put together for us, which is right there now on Imagine Orchestra. So if you want to go and see that now, you can visit the website. Very simple. It's imagineorchestra.com, or you can just hang about here and we're going to play that for you later on. And then to finish the day, we've got Ed Van, who is a wonderful composer, creator, a genius human being who loves to create and compose and do different stuff with lots of different materials. And he's going to show us some accessible means how to create some instruments at home and essentially make yourself, into a sound designer. We do have some of those videos ready to go very shortly, but we'll show you that before we get to Ed later on. If you have any questions or any queries for any of the people that are online with us today, feel free to put it on the chat, whether you're watching on Facebook or whether watching on YouTube. You can both put it into chat in either case. We've got people ready, standing by to push those questions up on the screen and hopefully get those answered for you today. The Imagine Orchestra project will continue after Cruinniú Noone today, so don't worry, all of those resources will be up online for the foreseeable future, and we're going to be adding to those down the line as well. So if you didn't get a chance to take part in our Ode to Joy, have no fear. Hopefully sometime fairly soon we'll be doing it all again, maybe with a different piece and something slightly unusual again. Our first guest, who's coming up in roughly about 13 minutes, is somebody that you want to stick around to hear how she developed herself as a musician, growing up in Ireland, and now literally travels around the world composing and conducting. And maybe to give the hint, I suppose, you might find her more recently at a very well-known award ceremony. And really did kind of hit the tip of the top with her conducting there. But she's a creative human being as well, and her compositional work is quite phenomenal. And you'll find it in animated processes, and you'll find it in gaming processes as well. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and add in one of the little videos for you to give you a little sense of what the Imagine Orchestra website is going to do for you, and some of the creative human beings that have added to it. So I'm going to pull in the first of the videos, which is in here, and you'll be able to see specifically one of those clips that was created. And this one is from Ed. So this is to do with the home-based, homemade instruments, if you like. So here comes Ed with a little bit of homemade instrument work.
Let's start simple with an instrument you can make in a minute. Find a small cardboard box, some rubber bands and a couple of pencils. Firstly, wrap the rubber bands around the box. You'll notice that they won't freely vibrate as they are sitting flat to the surface of the box. Put the pencils under the rubber bands and secure at each end of the box to allow the string room to vibrate. Stretch the rubber bands like so to adjust the tuning. Not bad for a really simple instrument, but this type of instrument with rubber bands is really hard to keep in tune. Many drums consist of a membrane or skin stretched tightly over a cylindrical frame. The frame acts as both a structural support from which to stretch the skin as well as an amplifier. The air inside the frame is driven to vibrate when the skin is hit, making a louder sound. Drums can be single-headed with just one skin and one open end, or double-headed with a skin on each end of the frame, as with this simple example. This drum is made from a length of cardboard carpet tube and some sticky tape. Crucially, the tape is tensioned while being wrapped onto the frame, with each layer overlapping across the centre and covering all gaps. Other materials can be experimented with when making the skins, such as papier-mâché, mylar and latex balloons. Alternative frame materials include buckets, plastic pipes and other hollow round forms. Resonant materials, that is, hard materials that vibrate easily such as wood, metal, glass and ceramic, can be used to make tuned percussion. In this example, shower curtain rail tube found in most hardware shops has been cut to different lengths to produce different pitches. The shorter the length, the higher the pitch. This same principle applies to other materials such as solid wood and can be easily experimented with. However, a material with consistent density will give the best results, so metal tubes tend to be easier to tune than cheaper woods, which can have varying densities, knots and other inconsistencies. The secret to success of this type of instrument is where to hang or sit the bar or tubes so that they can vibrate well. There are 2 points suitable for this called the vibration nodes, found at 22% of the total length from each end. For example, if a bar is 100mm long, then the nodes will be found at 22mm and 78mm. Drill holes here to hang from string or sit the bar onto rubber bands, elastic or other materials that will not dampen the vibration when it is struck with a beater. thirdly, an instrument that I call the balloony tube, which is a type of horn. And you can see here how to construct it. You use a balloon, you cut the end off the balloon, stretch it over the end of the tube, attach that with some tape, and then using a piece of drinking straw, insert that into the open end of the balloon and seal the join with some tape. And there you have it, the balloony tube. So to play this, you pull the balloon over the edge of the tube and you blow into the mouthpiece, which is the straw.
There we are. Some really useful ideas for creating instruments at home. Which one did you like? Which one would you prefer to do? Is there something else that you can create at home? It's really easy to maybe investigate at home. Obviously, taken with a parent or guardian, depending upon what you're going to be experimenting with and investigating. But it's nice to check out all of those sounds that surround us. Simple things like for a brass musician who needs a mouthpiece whenever they buzz, we can do really interesting things with our mouth as well, making sounds. And we're going to find some of that color later on with Ardu, Kieran, and Vicky. But right now, you can go off and investigate some of the sounds that are around you. For example, most of us have one of these around the house now, a water bottle. And if we listen to the different sounds that can be found on a water bottle with just a little bit of water in it, you can make yourself into a really good percussionist in a very quick way. I'm going to add in another little video just to give you a little taster now of what's coming up later on from Ardu, and a beautiful little selection of concert pieces that they put together for us, specifically again for Imagine Orchestra. So here comes Ardu with a little concert. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, just stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment to arise. In the quiet, misty morning, when the moon has gone to bed, when the sparrows stop their singing, and the sky There we are, the wonderful sounds from Ardu there, the Irish a cappella group. And Kieran has kindly added some more resources to our Imagine Orchestra website for you as well, specifically for vocal percussion, which you might know as beatboxing and the use of the bass drum with the and the and the and all of that put together. So go on to the website now, and if you don't get a chance, we're going to feature some of those videos before we meet Vicky and Kieran for their vocal workshop later on. But do feel free to go on and get started with those workshops right now. There's four of them, and if you follow on after each one, you'll find that it builds up to the point where you should be able to beatbox with style by the very end. We're very close now to the moment we're going to welcome our very special guest. Very excited by this and very appropriate for our world premiere virtual beating world record. But before we welcome this very special lady, I'm going to just bring up one of the videos that will give the game away of who we're about to join with us on the live stream. Here we go. There we are. I could let that play for a long, long time and just sit there and enjoy and relax. But unfortunately, we've got a busy day ahead. And I'm absolutely delighted to welcome our very special guest to the show. And it is none other than Eimear Noone. Eimear, how are you?
Hi, Brendan. Not too bad at all. Greetings from East Galway this morning.
Oh, wow. Is it sunny over in East Galway?
Not at all, no.
Well, thanks a million for joining us, and happy Cruinniú Day, which is the reason why we're here. And who better to welcome onto the show and inspire some creativity and the next generation of creators and musicians than yourself? So thank you so much for taking the time. I know you're very busy and starting to get back. Hopefully, to a little bit of reality. I think you're just off the airplane not too long ago, no doubt.
Yeah, I was in Norway on a very, very special project with an amazing group called Talent Norge. And they bring together both their arts and entertainment industries and promote in particular young professional talent And we had a concert, we made a documentary, we filmed the concert, and we introduced 4 professional young conductors to the world stage on this project. So it was really, really special. And 7 COVID tests later, we managed to. It was a massive project, so I've never seen a producer so relieved to see a negative COVID test before a project in my life. But it
Absolutely.
was so emotional to have. We had 200 people in the audience, which was almost as many people in the orchestra and the film crew.
Wow.
So it really caught me by surprise. It's the first audience I've seen since March of 2020. It really, I came out to speak to the audience, and I said, I'd prepared something to say, but I feel so emotional seeing all of you here that it seems now inappropriate what I was going to say. And
Sure.
we've been doing a lot of performing for broadcast and
Mm.
streaming and so on, and creative people will keep creating no matter what the limitations, but having people there, honest to God, it's a different world, and I think it's a world that we'll all appreciate more going forward.
Absolutely, it's a different energy, really, isn't it? When you're in that shared space with an audience and enjoying that. And it sounds like an amazing project to get back into. What it's because of the day that's in it, if it's okay, because you're at the pinnacle, you're at the peak. Uh, I, I'd love you to maybe share how it all started. And I know some of the backstory because of different live sessions that we've been on before, and I'm really intrigued by it because it's very similar in terms of where I grew up in the banding. But how did it all start for you?
Well, what I like to emphasize is that for me it was a very normal upbringing in East Galway. I didn't grow up with parents who are professional musicians. I didn't grow up with special treatment or hot housing of any kind. It was basically just pure love for music and trying to get involved in absolutely everything
Mm.
that came my way, just to get my fingers stuck into music of lots of different genres. So for me, it was uh, my neighbor here in the village of Kilconnell, who passed away 2 years ago. It's Paddy Fahy, and Paddy was probably the most performed composer of traditional Irish music toward the end of his life. So for me, this village had, we had teachers, farmers, nurses, doctors, and a composer. So
Wow.
it seemed, it's funny. Paddy would rather talk about farming than music most of the time. I think it was kind of a private thing for him. He didn't want to, as Frank Zappa said, talking about music is like dancing about architecture. So he wasn't a guy that was, like to talk about it too much, but it made an impact on me as this is a real thing that people do, and people can be in their lives. And but the orchestra was my love, and like everybody else, I did the grades in piano, and I started flute then later, and joined the Ballinasloe Town Band. But I also joined the musical society. I was doing Broadway musicals and things like that, and doing some trad music and doing the school folk group and everything, everything, everything. So the genre was, there were so many genres that I was participating in, and finally got to play in an orchestra in Galway. And I'll never forget the first time being in the orchestra and surrounded by Sibelius Finlandia all around me,
Wow.
and I have to say that definitely influences today how I mix music. My mixes have to feel like you're in the situation. I always want, as a conductor, I always want the audience to feel what I'm feeling when I'm standing there, or to hear what I'm hearing, which is good and bad at times because I want it mixed like that. But I'm always, my husband's an Emmy nominated composer as well. And so our whole house is just music. And we battle over mixes, and we finally get to a middle ground where you get a sense of what the conductor experiences, but we
Mm.
also need to cut through sound design and things like that when we're working on a film or something.
That's amazing. And so when you were in the orchestra for the first time, or in the Ballinasloe band, had you, let's call it eyes on the prize, did you see yourself becoming a musician down and making a living from it?
Well, as far as I was concerned, from a very young age, I just was a musician. It was my identity, and I think that's something that's become very apparent over lockdown is, um, the fact that, I mean, I remember the first concert I did with the Symphony Orchestra, our National Symphony Orchestra, at Christmas time. We had 3 weeks to put this really special project together because we got permission, from the government, and that, we could pull it off in terms of the rules. It was so special to have everybody in the room together, the brass and percussion, and the lengths that the orchestra went to make that possible. It was just proof beyond that for us, it's who we are. It's not just about this is our job, this is how we make a living, blah blah blah. It's who we are, and that it was alive in the room, in rehearsal and in the performance, and so special. um, but for me, definitely, I was a musician. That was it, and I had to figure out how this magical thing worked. And why am I feeling when I'm hearing this? Why do I feel goosebumps? And what is that about? And how are they doing that? How do I do that? How do I participate? And when I'm asked by young musicians who are thinking about the career, whether they should do it or not, my answer is always, if you can do something else, it's probably easier. But if you can't see yourself living without it, then you will survive.
Mm.
Because I couldn't see myself ever going to a concert. I wasn't part of that world. I thought it would be too painful to be an observer rather than a participant. So that's always the thing, is if it is that need, if it's who you are, it'll always be who you are, and go for it. Because that'll give you the fortitude and the tenacity to keep going when you um, inevitably get setbacks, or you get a little knock or whatever. It'll help you pull yourself up and go forward, because you can't stop being who you are.
Mm.
So no matter what happens, you can't stop being who you are. So you get better and better at the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, and you just and the thing I would say as well is, um, enjoy where you are in your musical development right now. Enjoy it and love it, and absorb everything you can. Then go on to, you'll be a different musician in a year's time, and enjoy that. And all of us have gaps in what we know, and all of us are frustrated by them, and all of us are trying to fill them in and
Mhm.
that's what's great about music. It's a lifelong pursuit. You'll never know everything, and that's what keeps it interesting.
With all of the various different, dare I say it, hats that you wear, is there one in particular that you always love to go to, whether it's composing, whether it's conducting, or is it an amalgamation of all of those? What is your first love, if there is one?
Well, there's nothing like being in a country you've never been in, and meeting, well, to me, orchestras are a family that I just don't know yet. That's the way I always go into an orchestra. Here are people who feed their children on music, who live their lives on music, who didn't focus on, I'm when I, when I grow up, I'm going to have a giant house and a flash car, and it's not material concerns that drove these people as young
Mm.
artists and as professionals. And there's a lot of authenticity in that room. People really care about their work, and really care about the level, really care about the standard. And my job is to create an environment where they're safe to be what they really want to be. Every person in an orchestra wants to play their best, they really, really do. So my job is to just create an environment where that's possible. But there's nothing like being in a foreign country or being at home. What am I talking about? Being at home with the National Symphony Orchestra and playing music that I wrote with these beautiful artists. It's beyond. I mean, it's hard because I have to get the nuts and bolts and the cues right and the meter changes and the tempi and all of this kind of stuff. But it always strikes me, especially that piece Malach that I've performed that in so many countries. It always strikes me that the hearts of these people are the same because I hear it in the playing in different countries. That the humanity of it is amazing, and hearing them give their artistry and their all to something that I wrote, it's incredibly humbling, and it keeps me in check. It really, really does. It's such an honor to have professional artists around the world play the notes that I sat at home in Kilconnell and put into Sibelius, or in Los Angeles or in a hotel room, wherever I am.
Yeah.
That these incredible human beings bring it to life. They add to what I have brought to the page. They add something unique in every different place, and every soloist. I always say to the soloists, I want to hear you in this solo. The notes are there. But I want this version to be because you're here and you're doing. But that's there's nothing like that one. So it's a combination of absolutely everything.
Absolutely. I'm really intrigued by your compositional process in a different way. But what I love these days is that for the likes of today, young aspiring musicians can access composition without necessarily knowing the language of music. They can pick up a smartphone, they can use an iPad, they can create soundscapes. Where did gaming composition and animation composition for you come? How did that come about?
It's any of the young musicians watching this who've studied program music, and I'm talking about things like Beethoven's Sixth, the Pastoral Symphony, where you can hear the Gewittersturm, the storm, and you can hear all of these pastoral influences, and Beethoven is writing a picture and is creating an environment and an energy. It's not just the visual, it's the energy, it's the emotion, it's the visceral. And that just, as a young musician, I just couldn't figure out why that was affecting me the way it was. And so deeply, it was just, and then you have things like Berlioz' Symphonie Fantastique, the March to the Gallows, you're just watching it in your imagination. And that's fascinating to me, how you can create something as intangible as music and it stimulates pictures in somebody's imagination and their emotions at the same time. It's not just visual inside here for them. It's their emotions. It's everything, their imagination. And every single picture and every single brain is going to be different. So that fascinated me. The other thing that fascinated me was intervals. Why on earth does the octave sound perfect? And then you split it in two, you get the augmented fourth, and all of a sudden it is incredibly uncomfortable. And as a result, composers have used that discomfort throughout the history of composition. And it's to such effect, of course, as we know, it was banned from church music for hundreds of years as Diabolo Musicae, the devil of music. It was so uncomfortable. And also context, sometimes it's not. Leonard Bernstein decided that, the devil of music, why not write a romantic love song that begins with Diabolo Musicae? And there you get Maria from West Side Story. So it's about these things that stimulate us mentally and physically in a way that we don't understand, and it's about contextualizing them then as well. Why these things in one context are incredibly uncomfortable, and in another they can be the beginning of a love song. And the place for me to put these things was the areas where we still write tonally and use these, they would have been called in art affects, where we can pull emotion from the audience. Film was one area. So I was 17, I was on the NSMRO Composition Summer School, which ran for a few years and was absolutely fantastic. About 10 or 12 of us, we were tutored by some of the top composers in Europe and South America and all over the world. And there was an amazing Finnish composer who's still writing stunning music called Kalevi Aho. And he read his PhD thesis to us, and it was about not limiting yourself as a composer, that we say things. And I was writing atonal music at 17 and dissonant music. And he's saying, don't say I can't write a melody. If you say I can't write a melody, I can't write tonal music, I can't write jazz, I can't write this, I can't that, you're limiting yourself so much that you can hardly breathe. You have nowhere to move. And for me, it made such an impact on me. I thought, one area where I can try every style conceivable is film. So I studied Screen Skills Ireland, which was Screen Training Ireland, ran a program, an offshoot of UCLA Extension's scoring program in Dublin for years. And I did it alongside my music degree at Trinity. And it was fabulous. We'd show up, we'd get a lecture on, how to score a scene, when it's too much emotion, when it's not enough emotion, how not to score over dialogue, how to score around it, the techniques of film scoring, along with the techniques of traditional composition. And then there are certain stylized, and we call it zeitgeist, certain harmonic language that's popular at a particular time, and certain harmonic language that puts you squarely in another era. I'm not just talking about Baroque, classical, romantic. I'm talking about 70s cop drama. Lots of chords built on fourths, one on top of each other,
Yeah.
So, all of these techniques, I just found it so interesting. Then video game music, when I was a kid, you had to be a programmer to create it, because the game engines, the technology wasn't developed enough to hold all of the information that comes with an orchestral score. So if you listen to the early, we call them chip tunes now, the early 8-bit and 16-bit stuff. And one of the reasons I think that Koji Kondo of Nintendo, that his themes for Mario and Zelda lasted so long, was that Kondo-san literally had to program every note of the melody in, note by note, so you couldn't have any waste or any faff or chaff,
Yeah.
And as a result, they translate to all kinds of arrangements, which we've had fun with over the years. But then as time on, I was in college one day, and anyone in the academy knows the Trinity campus really well. And in the college bar, the Buttery, and one of the fourth years, David Downs, who was, interestingly enough, parodied on Saturday Night Live in New York a few days ago. He created Celtic Woman. And that's an example of somebody who created something out of his own brain, and it has become this massive success worldwide. So much, and is part of the, it's a household name in the United States. It's being shown on SNL. But David was in fourth year, comes into the college bar to a bunch of music students who are sight reading our Stafford and Arvo Part and all of these composers for the chapel choir, and said, "Can you guys come in, in a couple of days and record and put together some choral parts?" I remember writing the parts down in pencil, not Sibelius, on the carpet in a studio. And we, I was told this is a Japanese composer, and 6 months later, my brother calls me and said, "Did you work on Metal Gear Solid?" I was like, "No." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm looking at your credit on the screen right now. The lads are losing their minds." So thanks, David Downs, for my first video game credit. But my second one
quite
was
a credit, in fairness. That's a strong credit.
That's a dare say a classic game now. Gee.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And ironically, I have conducted the suite from that score in all over the place. But the next one was the Screen Skills Ireland program. They brought over a really well-known orchestrator from Hollywood, and he hired me as an assistant based on two things. One, my work in the class, and the other that I had set up an orchestra with my classmate Gillian Saunders in Trinity when we were in second year, and we set it up to perform film scores and classic work that was featured in film. And what happened was I had unwittingly performed some of his work. So when we were in class discussing the
Ah.
score from Batman, I brought up, oh, my favorite part of that score that's really witty is Batman and the Joker's waltz to the death on top of this building, and it's a parody of Strauss waltz. And I said, when we played it through with the orchestra, first of all, and this is the best comment for an orchestrator, it played down perfectly without any breakdowns or anything like this. And we all laughed because we've all played Strauss waltzes a million times over as students. And then suddenly we hear this parody in Batman, and I cut off the last chord of the thing, and everyone burst out laughing. So when I met him, I said this to him, and he said, "Well, I orchestrated that." And he goes, "Is it the one that goes?" And I sung the cello counter melody for him, and he went, "Okay, this
Amazing.
is an obsessed person. You might be obsessed enough to have a chance at a career in Los Angeles." So that was
Amazing.
funny. I don't think I've ever told that story before, Brendan, but
So
that's true.
that's a strong story, Eimear. That's a leading story. You can lead with that one. I've got a couple of videos on standby because Ed kindly sent us across a few things, and maybe not a far cry away. Stand for Hope, which from 2x2 Overboard. Do you mind if I pull this up and maybe play it? And if you want to, you feel free to talk over it if you wish
Sure.
and give us a
Yeah.
sense. Hopefully this plays for us.
How long have I journeyed on just to hear your voice on the wind?
Here, Garvey, who I work with, designed that costume.
Head in the clouds, all I see is horizon. Thinking aloud that the price to keep my eyes on was already near. When all around us has come undone, our dreams on hold and our songs unsung, we can't go back to what we knew. But I stand for hope when I stand with you. How can I keep holding on to a dream?
Just a little bit of that. That's a beautiful song, Eimear. Congratulations. Absolutely beautiful. Just stunning. And obviously phenomenally well performed by Shabelle as well. A stunning voice that she has.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's one
Absolutely
of those
gorgeous.
people who you can hear her. You can hear her in her voice. For me, it's really important that singers sound like themselves, rather than sound like something artificial or they're trying to be somebody else. Authenticity is really important to me in a voice. And Shabelle, you can really hear her heart and her personality when she sings. So
Yeah, it's absolutely
she's
beautiful.
definitely my favorite.
For aspiring young composers, and as I said before, it's now much more accessible than it ever was. Gone are the days of the old app Macs that used to take maybe 2 or 3 hours to get the computer turned on before you could actually access a music notation software. I do remember those days. It's so accessible now, but in terms of the process of that, literally kind of practical steps. If you're a young composer, does the animation come first? Is it the composition first? Is it what's the artistic process?
Well, the first thing I'd say to any aspiring composers is, the technology is a tool, absolutely. However, so is the old school technique. The number of times frightening number of times I've used modal counterpoint and if you have technique when you're on a deadline, you can spin something out quickly, developing themes, orchestration, all of those things, because uh, you need as many skills as possible. First of all, for your own self-expression, you want to be able to express yourself. The other thing is, in the profession, in the career, if you have multiple skills, what you end up doing is um, working with other colleagues. I'll orchestrate for this friend, I'll conduct this person's session, I'll compose some extra music on this person's project. And this is how you keep a career going. But you bring everything that you've learned in your music from your preliminary and primary grades all the way through all your theory, everything like that. You need it all. Lots of people sort of, in music for media, you have people coming in from different areas. You have people coming in from rock music, from jazz. That's all great. That's cool. But generally, they will then hire somebody like me to do the orchestration or conduct the sessions or whatever, and that's absolutely fine. For me, that's not the way I like to express myself. I like to be the fascinating character for me in music history is the Kapellmeister, the chapel master who had to play the organ for services, conduct the choir, write music for special occasions, copy the parts, which is my most hated job, by the way. I don't do that anymore. This is one where I hire somebody else.
You're not alone on that one. You're not alone.
Oh God, no. The professionals, the people that are great at that are worth their weight in gold, because when we go into a session, every minute counts. And if you don't have your parts looking perfectly, not just perfect technically, but perfect in the way recording musicians are used to seeing things. It might be mathematically right or in theory right, but if it's not the way we're used to seeing things, it's like a racehorse running a thoroughbred and a little mouse comes across the track and they throw the rider. That's how we can throw a take. But skill up, get all the skills you can. Don't ignore harmony, counterpoint, fugue, all of that stuff you can use, and it becomes part of what makes you different. The other thing is mine your own musical taste and instincts, because you want to be different. You want to have create a unique voice that is you. For me, and the other thing is that's something you can chase throughout your life, and it changes, and that's what makes you an artist rather than a technician. Developing and changing, and that's what makes it interesting for your audience as well, is to hear those changes, both as a conductor and as a composer. Don't surround yourself with platitudes. Oh, I can't write this, I can't write that. Be open-minded, and but number one, try and find your own voice, and use technology as the amazing tool that it is. It's not the end; it's the means. So the end is self-expression and authentic self-expression.
For sure. Thanks. You couldn't have said it any better. Perfect advice for aspiring and what people would regard themselves as non-musicians. Anybody at all, just be yourself, be transparent, be honest to yourself. Yeah, absolutely. We're close to time now for the 12 o'clock world premiere. I don't mind if we run over slightly over time. It'll build the tension somewhat, and we can make sure that the tech is working as well. The joys of working online. But before we do go, maybe one or two more questions. Oscars, like, wow, what a moment. Put us inside your head. Where did all that come from, and how did it feel, and how does it feel now looking back on it?
It felt absolutely fantastic. I was surrounded by some of my dear colleagues that I've known for years. I felt completely supported, both musically and emotionally. These people, I've spent 15 years in Los Angeles, and these are the people that I've been working with in the studios for most of that time. And I just was adamant that I inhabit the moment and that I was present in the moment. That's what I wanted to achieve. And the other thing was the honor of coming from creating an orchestra in college where we're performing John Williams music to being at the Academy Awards and performing John Williams music for John Williams, who's in the audience. That, I was asked by so many journalists, who did you meet? What famous people? And I was like, that wasn't the point for me at all. The point was that Thomas Newman and Randy Newman and Hildur Gudnadottir and John Williams and that they were all in the audience, and I was there performing their music. That was what meant the world to me, and I did think of that when I was performing. I was totally inside the music. I wasn't thinking about the audience at all. The other thing that I wanted to do was I wanted to come out. I'd been given this incredible moment in history to inhabit, and I wanted to make sure that people saw that I was really owning it. I wasn't apologizing for being there. I've put in a couple of decades of the hard slog, to do it, and I just wanted, is in particular, young female artists to say, she's not apologizing to anyone, she's inhabiting the moment, and if she can do it, I can do it. And I would say, if my start was being handed a tin whistle in the local village national school, yes, you can do it. Yes, you certainly can.
Absolutely, but it's quite a story. I mean, it is quite a story, and the impact of that is untold. At an Irish level, but at an international level as well. The doors that it might unlock for others, and the acknowledgement of that as well. So, again, congratulations, and you could tell by your face the moment that you were living. I must say, I'm quite jealous as a John Williams fan, as a somewhat trying conductor at times. That must have been quite a moment internally to conduct John Williams music with John Williams looking over the shoulder, so to speak. Did you get talking to John Williams at any stage afterwards?
Yeah, I've met John a few times, but I will tell you a good John story that happened the day before the Academy Awards. We have we're all part of a group called the Society of Composers and Lyricists, and we had the party for the music nominees. And John, everyone that gets nominated gets a special commemorative baton from the SCL. John must, he could build a house out of them at this point. But it was his birthday, and he was given his thing, his baton, and there's about 80 professional composers and music producers in the room. So we all started singing "Happy Birthday" to him, and he pulled out the baton and started conducting us all singing "Happy Birthday." He's such a sweet, generous man. And the other thing is, when he talks about the orchestra, I remember being in a conversation with him where the two of us were like two little kids, talking about, I remember it was one of the American orchestras, and he was saying, did you like their hall? And I was like, yes, it's an amazing sound. And he's, and did they have the new concertmaster? No, she's coming in September. What do you think of the brass? And I was like, oh my God, a completely different. And the two of us were like little kids, and there was nothing tired or jaded, or it was just pure excitement, curiosity, and ongoing just love of the orchestra. And you can hear that in the way he writes. Yeah. It's all there, the orchestration, everything. You can hear his love of his authentic love of the orchestra. And I really think that's what sets him apart from the vast majority of film composers, is this excitement for these individual sounds, especially the woodwinds, I'll say.
Absolutely. Again, as a real, I'm going to call myself a John Williams geek. And obviously, we know the go-to repertoire in the back catalog from the well-known films of the Indiana Jones and the Jaws, etc. But actually, when you go to what I'm going to call more obscure in comparison scores, there's a wealth of knowledge in there that's just phenomenal to read as a musician, just to
Yeah,
indulge in it as an orchestrator, as a composer, as a conductor. The best thing that you could do is open up some of those scores like you would a book before you go to bed, and just read through them because they're quite phenomenal. His detail, his eye for detail in scores is quite something, I find. But it's a real joy. So if there's any other John Williams geeks out there, pick up some scores and get reading because it's very it's very enjoyable. We're getting very close to 12. Before we go, I'm going to ask you for 3 tips or 3 takeaways for the young aspiring people who want to engage in creativity. It may not necessarily be music, it could be
yeah.
anything at all. If there were 3 takeaways that you might have told yourself, for example, if you were able to meet Eimear, the what 5-year-old getting a tin whistle, 4-year-old, 6-year-old, what would you have told Eimear? 3 things.
One, know thyself, which is, I'm stealing that from Socrates. Know what's in here, and what's in here may change over time, and that's all part of it, and that's good. But nobody else can tell you who you are. You're the only person that knows that, and nobody else can tell you what you're truly capable of. Only you know that. The other one is enjoy the process where you are right now on your journey. That it's okay to not know a whole lot of stuff. And as a composer, that sort of informs how you write. Limitations in composition aren't always a bad thing. When you have this vast open expanse, it's really hard to choose what to put on the page. But if right now you just know a small amount, use that. Write some piano pieces, write some flute pieces. You're a flute player. Whatever it is, use what you have, and those limitations will become part of your story going forward. And be okay with where you are. You're going to learn more next year. You're going to learn more the following year. Write with what you have right now. The third thing would be stay curious, stay excited, and stay childlike about music. As in, remember why you loved it to begin with and keep that alive. Because the best musicians I know, the best artists, the most creative people keep that childlike excitement, enthusiasm, and awe for beauty alive. And we work at keeping it alive because that's where our ideas come from. If you wake up in the morning and there's nothing that exists yet of the project you're about to create, and your entire world, your family is fed on these ideas, the more creative you can be and the more you can nourish. Be careful of yourself as well. You want to keep yourself okay. Talk nicely to yourself. Be careful of your self-talk up here. Talk nicely to yourself because you're the one that needs to bring these ideas forth. And if you're fighting yourself, it's very hard to create something that you can then work with. You're using energy on negative self-talk. You need that for good ideas.
Eimear, you finished strong on that third one. I will say it. I've really enjoyed, and I could stay online and talk for much longer, and I'm sure people would enjoy it as well. Thank you so much for your time and your inspiration. It's been lovely to hear your thoughts and get inside your head. And thank you and well done for all of the work that you've done and continue to do as well. It's phenomenal. A fantastic artist, and we all enjoy your work and your conversation. So thanks for spending a bit of time for us online with Imagine Orchestra and Cruinniú Day today, and enjoy the rest of your day. I'm gonna let you know what essentially is just about to happen. The backstory of this, as part of our Imagine Orchestra project, we decided, quite mad we were too, that we'd try and put together a world record attempt for the world's largest pre-recorded youth orchestra online for a piece of Beethoven. And obviously it's going to be Ode to Joy, but it's going to be Ode to Joy with a little bit of a difference. A quote unquote wouldn't regard themselves as musicians. Pat on a tea bottle and tap along on that, or beatbox, or do whatever. you were able to you just had to record it and send it in. So we have all those recordings in, and our target was 1,302, and I think we've passed it. So I think we have a world record, and we're going to play the premiere now. So if technology works, and hopefully it does. So we're just about to play "Ode to Joy," but before we do, one more time, Eimear, thank you so much for your time, and yeah, we look forward to speaking to you again, hopefully sometime soon on Imagine Orchestra.
Thanks, Brendan. My pleasure. Good luck. Good luck at the world record, and let the Guinness people know.
Well, they know. We just got to get it official. So we're just about to roll it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the premier world record attempt of certainly over 1,320 people playing "Ode to Joy" with a twist. Here we go.
Welcome to Imagine Orchestra.
And there we have it, the world record attempt for Imagine Orchestra for Cruinniú 2021. The target was 1,320, and we received 1,606 submissions in total of instruments from right across the world, be it woodwind, brass, percussion, string. There were keyboards. There was various different unusual percussion instruments. We had people singing. We had people playing on tables. We had one young gentleman who picked up a football. and use that as a percussion instrument as well. We had one person who decided to do a shuffle with their feet. You name it, we had it in the submissions. Amazing. Well done, everybody. What amazing creativity has led to that lovely performance, all pieced together in a very quick way to make you all proud of the work that you've done. So congratulations. We'll be confirming all of that in the next week or two with Guinness, hopefully, as the official world record, but you will be receiving your certificate of completion in that process as well, and that'll be winging its way to you in the coming weeks. We're going to take a quick break now for just about 5 minutes. When we come back, we're going to walk our way virtually around Imagine Orchestra and see some of the resources, including some body percussion and some beatboxing or vocal percussion as well. So don't go too far away. We'll be back again at 12:15. You're very welcome back to Imagine Orchestra Online on Cruinniú Day 2021. Thanks again to Eimear Noone for joining us and sharing some insight into her process as a composer, conductor, and all-around amazing artist. Great to hear all of that insight and some of the nice stories that she shared with us as well. And of course, congratulations to everyone that took part in our world record beating attempt for the online pre-recorded virtual youth orchestra for Ode to Joy with a Twist. Phenomenal, really phenomenal. Well done, everybody. And once again, you'll be all receiving a certificate in the post in the coming weeks to confirm that you are an official member of the Imagine Orchestra and a world record beater at that too. What I want to do now is share some of the other Imagine Orchestra resources that we've been putting together for you that you can see and watch and enjoy today or anytime in the future. Later on this afternoon, we're going to be joined by a couple of members of Ardu with Kieran and Vicky. But Kieran kindly, along with Leanne, put together a nice pre-recorded workshop as well to kind of set up with a workshop that you're going to get in live today. So we're going to put that in now so you can have a see and hear of what goes on in the workshop. Here we go.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, just stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me, stand by me, baby.
That, of course, was not a workshop. Silly me. But we let it play to enjoy it one more time. The beautiful Stand By Me. This time we're going to actually listen to the workshop properly. My apologies for that. Here we go.
My name is Leanne and this is Kieran.
And we sing in an a cappella group called Ardu. Now, do you know what a cappella means? A cappella means to make music with only your voices. Now, normally we sing with 4 of our friends, so there's 6 members of Ardu, and we sing together all kinds of music. Today there's just 2 of us, but we thought we'd share this little video with you so you know how Ardu sounds when we are all together and the kind of music we can make using just our voices. So listen out for all kinds of voice types and sounds in this video. This is Ardu.
I wouldn't know where to start, sweet music playing in the dark.
Be still, my foolish heart, don't ruin this song. I wouldn't know where to start. Sweet music playing in the dark. Be still, my foolish heart, don't ruin this song.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that video, and if you did, please give us a big boola boss more. So now it's your turn to start singing. So the first things we need to do, what is the first thing we need to do before we start singing? That's right, you need to warm up. So when you're a singer, our whole body is our instrument. So it's really important to think about how we're standing. Stand up now if you're not already standing. Stand up, and I want you to put your 2 feet on the floor. We're going to sway from left to right. Try not to bang into your partner. Really good. Now we're going to come to a nice stop in the middle. So be really grounded into the ground. Imagine you're a tree and your feet are the roots and they're digging into the ground and grounding you into the ground. Now I want you to imagine there's a string at the top of your head. So grab the top of your string and I want you to pull it up and feel how that pulls up your spine and makes you a little bit taller. So just imagine that pulling up but grounding into the ground and then pulling up as well. Great. Now I want you to roll your shoulders backwards. Really good. So give them a nice big roll and roll them forwards. Really, really good. Now squeeze up and drop them down. Really, really good. So now we're going to start making some sounds with our voices. So there's lots of ways we can make sound. We can hum. We can do something like this. And try that one. That one's a little bit trickier. Some people call it blowing raspberries. Try that one more time. And now we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to go up high and down low. It sounds a little bit like this. So take your finger and now do it with me. And we're going to go up and down and draw the sound as you're making it. Here we go. Big breath in. Really good. Let's do this one more time and follow my finger. It's going to do some crazy moves this time. Here we go. Big breath in. Really well done. Give yourself another boola boss. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to sing a little tune. So it sounds a little bit like this. Warming up our voices, ready, steady, go. Do, re, mi, fa, so, fa, mi, re, do. I might have done that a little bit fast, so let's listen to it one more time and then I want you to join in. Warming up our voices, ready, steady, go. Do, re, mi, fa, so, fa, mi, re, do. Will you join with me this time? Thank you. So big breath in. Warming up our voices, ready, steady, go. Do, re, mi, fa, so, fa, mi, re, do. Really good. Let's try it a little bit higher. So we're starting here. Big breath in. Warming up our voices, ready, steady, go. Do, re, mi, fa, so, fa, mi, re, do. We're going to go a little bit higher again. Starting from here. Big breath in. Warming up our voices, ready, steady, go. Do, re, mi, fa, so, fa, mi, re, do. Starting from here, big breath in. Warming up our voices, ready, steady, go. Do, re, mi, fa, so, fa, mi, re, do. Really, really good. Let's try one more, little bit step higher. If it's getting too high for you, that is okay. You can take a break whenever you want, but let's try to do one more together. So we started from here. Big breath in. Warming
Bring up our voices, ready, steady, go. Do, re, mi, fa, so, 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 fa, mi, re, do.
Well done.
Now, we're going to count from 1 to 8 using the notes of the scale as you've just sung with Leanne. But every time we go up one number, we have to go back down to 1 again. Does that make sense? Let me give you an example. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, and so on, all the way up to 8. Got it? Will you sing along with us? Okay, let's try it together. And off we go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Easy? I'm sure you got it. Let's make it a little bit more difficult. Every time we get to the number 3, we're going to add a clap. So don't sing 3, just clap instead. For example, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1. Okay, are you ready? Let's try it a little bit faster. And off we go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Well done, everyone. Let's take it up one more level. Can everybody click? Try and click at home. Okay, so this time, every time we get to the number 6, we're going to click. But keep clapping on 3. So we've got a clap on 3 and a click on 6. And we'll try it even faster. Are you ready? And off we go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 7, 5, 4, 2, 1. Well done, everybody. Keep practicing that one. You can try it at home. You can add different sounds, different accents. You can sing it in different ways. Try singing it very quietly or very loudly, very smoothly, or make the numbers really, really short. We're going to be working on it on our live workshop with myself and Vicky on Saturday, so keep practicing at home. Okay, now that we've warmed up our bodies and our voices and made sure our brains are switched on, it's time to learn a song. Would you like to sing a song with us? Great. This song is called Bring Me Little Water Sylvie. And it's really cool because you can sing the melodies, the harmonies, and you can even add in some body percussion to keep the beat of the song. It's an American spiritual song and it comes from the 19th century, so it's really, really, really old. The cool thing about American music is it's where a cappella music came from. So you'll know music like barbershop music, doo-wop music, and more contemporary a cappella. I'm sure you know some groups from America who sing a cappella music.
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to learn the words, because when we, as singers, we use words to communicate the message of the song. So that's always the first place you should start. What are the words to the song? So I'm going to say the words and then I want you to repeat them after me. Okay, so listen to me first. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. every little once in a while. Well done. So now we're going to say all the words together. So saying it with me this time. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Good job, everyone. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to add the melody line to those words. So the melody is the most important part of the song. It's the part that you would remember later on. So when you listen to a piece and the thing that you're humming afterwards, more than likely that's the melody. So that's what we're going to learn now. So we're going to learn this in the same way. I'm going to sing it first and you're going to sing it back to me. Okay, here we go. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Great job, well done. So now we're going to put that all together. So sing it with me and Kieran.
And let's come in after 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while.
Great job, everybody. Let's sing it together one more time, just so where everybody is 100% certain of the words and of the melody.
1, 2, 3, 4. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while.
So that was the first section of the piece of the song. And now we're going to learn the second section, which you could call the verse. So most songs that you would know from pop music have a structure where you have the verse and the chorus, and then the verse and then the chorus. So what we just learned there is our first section was the chorus. So now let's learn the verse. So let's start with the words for the verse. Sylvie come a running. Bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water. Fast as I can. Great! Now let's say all of those words together with me and with Kieran. Sylvie come a running, bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water, fast as I can. Really good. Now we're going to learn the melody for the verse. So repeat after me. Sylvie come a running. Bucket in her hand. beautiful singing. So let's put that all together now with our lyrics, which are the words, and the melody, and we're singing the verse.
And here is your starting note. And we'll come in together after 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sylvie, come running, bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water, fast as I can.
Really great job so far. Now we're going to sing the chorus and the verse, and then we're going to go back to the chorus. So we need to test out our brains. How is our memory working today? So we need to remember all of our words and the melody to both the chorus and the verse. And don't forget to go back to the chorus after the verse.
Ready? Sing with us after 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Sylvie, come running, bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water, fast as I can. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. But that's not all. We have to add one more thing to this song. We're going to add something called body percussion. And that's where we create the sound of drums with our bodies. So we might clap, or we might click, or we might do all kinds of other sounds to keep the rhythm of the song moving along and to make it a little bit more difficult to learn. So Leanne's going to teach us some of the body percussion, and we want you to practice it at home, and we'll work on it again on Saturday in our live workshop with myself and Vicky. Are you ready?
The good news is there's only one set of moves to learn, and they just keep repeating the whole way through the chorus. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to clap. And then we're going to put our hand on our chest. And then our other hand. And then we're going to stomp. So let's just do those 4 things. Clap, chest, chest, stomp. Really, really good. Let's do that one more time. Clap, chest, chest, stomp. The next thing, we're going to take our hands and we're going to slap our legs backwards and then forwards. You try that with me? So backwards and then forwards. Really, really good. So watch how this goes with the first 4 moves that we learned. Clap, chest, check, stomp, and clap, slap. Really, really good. Let's try that one more time. Don't worry, you can always pause the video and have a little practice and then press play again. Okay, so you don't have to watch it from the start to the end and try to get all the moves. You can always take your time and really learn those moves first. Okay, here you go with me one more time. Clap, chest, check, stomp, and high slap. So let's slow it down to learn the next bar. We're starting with a stomp this time. So we're going to go stomp. Really good. And the next thing you do is you're going to clap. So we're going to go stomp and clap. And then another stomp with our left leg this time. It's up to you which leg you want to do. I like to do alternating between the legs. So we're going to go stomp and clap, stomp. Really good. Let's try that one more time. Stomp and clap, stomp. Next thing, we're just going to do 2 claps. So it's going to look like this. stomp, and clap, stomp, clap, clap. What do you think is coming next? Yes, it's another stomp. So we're going to stomp with our right leg. So it's going to look like this. Stomp and clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp. What do you think the last move is? It's a clap. Yes, of course you're right. So it's going to look like this. Stomp and clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap. Really good. So this one, similar to the warm-up game we had, takes a lot of thinking to put those together. So let's try that bar one more time, starting with our stomp. Stomp and clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap. Well done. As I said, you can pause the video, go back, have a little practice, and then you can join us here again at this point in the video to put it all together. Can you remember the first set of moves? Yes, of course you're right. It was clap, chest, chest. Wasn't that our first starting point? So let's try put those moves all together now. 2, 3, 4. Clap, chest, chest, stomp, and slap, slap, stomp, and clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap. Really well done. Let's do it one more time, all together. And this time we're going to see if we can go back to the start. So as soon as you finished your last clap, go back to the start. Don't worry, I'll be doing it with you. So just follow me. After a count of 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Clap, chest, chest, stomp, and slap, slap, stomp, and clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap, clap, chest, chest, stomp, and slap, slap, stomp, and clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap, clap, chest, chest, stomp, and slap, slap, stomp, and clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap. Well done!
We hope you've enjoyed learning the words and the music and of course the body percussion to Bring Me Little Water Sylvie. We want you to practice it at home because we're going to keep working on it in our workshop on Saturday with myself and Vicky. We're going to learn even more harmonies and verses to the song on Saturday. So just so that you can practice it at home, here is a performance of Leanne singing it with the words and the music and the body percussion. See if you can sing along with Leanne.
1, 2, 3, 4. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Sylvie, come running, bucket in hand. I will bring a little water fast as I can. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while.
Well done everybody, and don't worry if you didn't get it first time around. Keep practicing it slowly, practice the words and the music and the body percussion separately and then bring it all together.
Thanks so much for joining in and making music with me and Kieran today. I want you all to have a really brilliant celebration for Cruinniú, and we hope we'll see a lot of you there at our workshop on Saturday at 2 p.m.
Bye!
Bye, well done! Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water.
every little once in a while. Sylvie, come running, bucket in hand. I will bring a little water fast as I can. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while.
Thanks very much there to Leanne and Kieran for that wonderful workshop pre-recorded. And again, that's up on the Imagine Orchestra website. So if you wish to, you can go and visit the website here, imagineorchestra.com, and you'll find all of those resources up there, and you can engage with them. And as Leanne said, you can pause on the way through and enjoy them and practice all those parts. You've got a lovely live workshop coming on through in YouTube Live with Ardu at 2 o'clock, so stand by for that. And very shortly, in about 10 minutes, we're going to be welcoming Tig Kinsella to look at music technology and technologies that's accessible for music creativity and composition and performance. Kieran did mention in that last workshop some body percussion, and it was tricky. It was really tricky what Leanne was doing there. So it definitely does take practice. Might be useful to actually stop the videos, practice it, and go back and try them again. But we've also got some body percussion exercises and resources up on Imagine Orchestra website as well, from a gentleman down in Gorey called Connor Moore, who's a percussionist and plays a variety of different percussion, including traditional Irish instruments as well, but is a bit of an aficionado when it comes to body percussion. So we have just a couple of videos just to show you what they're like. There's 4 in total up on the website. I'm going to show you 2 of them now, just to give you an idea. And very similar to the vocal percussion, when you're using the videos, go to the start, use number 1, go through to number 2, number 3, and then number 4. You'll find that they build upon each other. You'll start with the fundamentals that you're going to see now in number 1. And then by the time you get to number 4, you're going to be freestyling and making it up and improvising and enjoying a little bit of free creativity, if you like. But let's start at the very start with workshop number 1 from Connor Moore on body percussion.
Hi guys, how's it going? So today we're going to be working with some body percussion. So first of all, we're going to look at the foundations that are found in body percussion. Number 1, the bass drum. The bass drum can be used with the feet whenever you are doing body percussion. What I use is my right foot because that is my strong foot. So here we go. Let's have a listen. What you can also do is use both feet so they can alternate. So it would sound like this. You could say it's a bit like a marching sound. Number 2, working with our hands on our legs here. So before we start this exercise, we're actually looking into some rudiments, which is what we call exercises in the drumming world. So first of all, we're going to start off with singles. And they sound like this. to get the best sound out of your knees here is to raise your hands as much as possible. Like this. Making sure also that your hands are bouncing off your knees. Like this. Number 3, we're going to have a look at the claps, which is our high section. So it would sound like this, or in the drumming world, we would call it a backbeat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're just going to exercise our feet and our hands on our knees by going back to that backbeat beat of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. As you can see, your feet are going on 1 and 3, and your hands are going on 2 and 4. So let's try this together, nice and slow. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good stuff. Well done.
Great, well done, Connor. Fabulous. So that was workshop number 1 for body percussion, and then, as I said before, it follows on through on the website through workshop 2, workshop 3, and workshop 4. And you'll find that workshop 4, you'll be an absolute expert at that stage, and you'll be freestyling. So I'm just going to show you what workshop 2 looks like now, and you'll find that he'll build upon the resources and the processes that he put into workshop number 1, but it's going to get a little bit trickier now.
For our second section of the body percussion, we're going to work on limb independence. We're going to work with both feet, both hands, and both claps. Okay? So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So what you're doing is that you're giving yourself a break at the very end for 2 beats. So therefore, they all make up the number of 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So let's give that a try together. Here we go. Seven, 8. 7, 8. 7, 8. 7, 8. So now what we're going to have a look at is another rudiment that we call the triplet. The triplet is going to be worked with our strong foot, which my one is my right, and both hands on my knees here. So it's going to sound like this. Okay? So there's 3 ways that you can count this, okay? You can count it by what you're actually using here. So you can go foot, hand, hand, foot, hand, hand, foot, hand, hand, foot, hand, hand. The second way that you can count it is by counting it in numbers. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The third way that you can count it is with a rhyme. Rashers and sausages, rashers and sausages, rashers and sausages, rashers and sausages. Stuff. Let's bring up the speed now of the triplet. At 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Foot, hand, foot, hand. Rashers and sausages, rashers and sausages. Well done. Good stuff.
So there we are. That was Connor again with body percussion. That was workshop number 2. Again, you'll find that up on the website on imagineorchestra.com. And there's a third and fourth workshop that comes after that as well. It'll build up, and eventually you'll be freestyling and an expert in all of that. You'll find that most of the resources will relate to other types of activity that are going on. For example, Kieran mentioned in the vocal workshop with Ardu, and Leanne demonstrated the need for a little bit of body percussion. So jump on to the body percussion resources, check them out, do a little bit of work on them, enjoy them, have a bit of fun, and then bring it back into the likes of the vocal workshop later on. Or indeed, if you want to watch that video back whenever you want to, you can, because they're free to access forever, hopefully, on the website imagineorchestra.com. It is at the hour of 1 o'clock, and now we're going to welcome our next guest, and no stranger to composition, percussion, and lots of other things that this man is an expert at. Here we go. You're very welcome. I hope you can hear us okay.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfectly well. How are you doing, mate?
Not too bad. Excited to be here today.
Good. We're excited to have you. We're really excited by this one. Music tech is amazing, and we love music tech. Give us a little bit of background. First of all, Tyke, let everybody know who you are and what you do.
Okay, so my name is Tyke Kinsella. I'm a classical percussionist and electronic musician. So I studied at the Royal Irish Academy of Music and studied with Jonathan Herbert and Richard O'Donnell. And I have freelanced with National Symphony Orchestra and Concert Orchestra, and also do a lot of editing with production with sound engineering and stuff. And I'm also part of the Lacada project at the Royal Irish Academy of Music.
Right, and this is kind of cool where the Kayla one comes in, because for anybody that doesn't know, the Academy is the leader, if you like, the leading institution for the Open Youth Orchestra of Ireland, which is an ensemble that uses digital technologies and other technologies essentially for people with specific special needs or challenges between the ages of 16 and 30. And we use things like MacBooks and iPads and motion sensors and push sensors and various different things. And we get into a lovely compositional creative space and create some really cool music, if I'm being honest, of which you did a phenomenal job back in September 2019, if I remember. You did some quirky stuff with iPads, where you managed to get the iPads hooked up, and when you held them up, they were doing quirky stuff. What was that?
Messing with the sensors and stuff. So we were using apps that we could use the sensors inside. So when you're moving your the iPad in an axis of either X or Y, when it's moving, you can adjust the parameters of tones of music and stuff.
Very cool. Very cool. The stuff I didn't know that you could do. It's kind of all I guess, with the iPad. Okay, well, the floor is yours. I'm going to be here in the background, and I'll put up anything you want me to do on the feed, whatever. But really looking forward to this. So off you go, Tyke.
Thank you. So we'll start off by saying, if you look in the chat, we have a list of the apps that we're going to be going through today. So the main purpose of what we want to get done today is an introduction to music technology. So it's really accessible. It's using things like your mobile phone, maybe a tablet or your iPad, and even your desktop or PC. So if you have some kind of technology, you'll be able to do at least one of the tasks that we're going to be getting up to. So first of all, the names of the apps just jumped up there. So we have Keezy is our first one. We're going to be looking at a video shortly about that. Second one is Drummer, and that's by the same developer, Keezy. The third one is then GarageBand. Now, unfortunately, GarageBand is just restricted to Apple and iOS devices. So if you have an Android or any other kind of device, you won't be able to download that one. And then the fourth one is Classics for Kids. This is a website, so you're going to have to go onto a browser to try find this. And if you just look up Classics for Kids, it should come up the first thing from a Google search. So you can also do that on a browser on your iPad or any device. So we're going to start off with Keezy. So I'm going to play a video here that's going to do a little introduction of Keezy, how we're going to go into opening up the app and walking through. So if you can get that downloaded while we're going through all these, that would be perfect. So for the first start off, we're going to go and look at this video. So this is for the Keezy. Go onto the App Store or Android Store, search up Keezy, and then you'll find it. So here we go.
Welcome everyone to our first part of our mini-series of using apps and websites to explore and create music. So one of the first parts we're going to go through is using apps on the iPhone. So I have one of my key apps that we're going to use is going to be called Keezy. So Keezy, Keezy. So what this app is, it's a launchpad and sampler developed into something we can use on our iPhone. So here's a launchpad. This device is just a launchpad. Doesn't do anything else. Doesn't call anyone or anything like that, like our phone would. All it does is function as a launchpad. So what a launchpad does is it has lots of these ones that you can see all here. And when you press, if this is good with some kind of software, and whenever you press a button,
Hi, Tig. I think we're having a few technical issues there. If you can hear me okay?
Yeah. Okay. No problem. So we'll stop here. I might try share my screen then, see if that works.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay, perfect. So I'll just stop this.
And once again, for everybody that's watching, I'll just bring up the list of apps.
The apps, yeah. So can you take away that video, or do I have to do that?
I can take that away for you. There, it's gone.
Perfect, great. So I'm just going to, give me 1 second here. I'm going to open
Perfect.
up. This might work a little bit better, hopefully. We have share screen.
The joys of a live show, eh? Oh, here we go. Let's try.
And is that working?
It's working, but there's no sound on that one, unfortunately.
Okay. 1 second. One more time. We'll try.
If you have Chrome as a browser,
Yeah.
you should be able to save it as a Chrome tab. Thanks everybody for staying with us while we work through the technical issues.
A Chrome tab. Okay. So,
and then it should give you an option just to share the sound in the bottom left-hand corner.
Okay. So it would have to be through the browser to play the video.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. Exactly.
Yeah.
The irony of the music technology workshop faltering at the technology side.
Yeah. Okay. I can't see it on the Chrome, and so I don't have. It's not online, so it's just a part of a part of a video that I pre-made. So I don't actually have it online, so I can't do it through the Chrome.
Sure. If you want to talk us through it, and what we can do is immediately after the session, I can pop those up on the website anyway.
Okay, perfect. So we'll go live. So the app we're talking about today is called Keezy. So I'll have it up here. This is Keezy, and what it is, it's a launchpad and also a sampler. So what is a launchpad? A launchpad is simply a device that's programmed, and when you press a certain button, so if I press one of these colorful squares,
I like making music. I like making music.
It creates things. So earlier on, these are a few sounds that I made. So we have a shaker. We have hitting the desk.
I like making music. I like making music.
We have my voice, and then we can add in something here. So there we have a microphone, and if you click that, if you press that there, then it will start recording. So I'll press that, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've recorded that into the green square. Then we click it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And it says exactly what I just did. So what we want to do with this app, this is what it should open up like. If you press the black dot in the middle, we're going to have a little look. Okay, so if you press that dot, we can look at this, and we want to go into the yellow and the 3 lines. So click that, and we get a selection of different library banks. So we have preset sounds, and also at the top, I have a few ones that I've made myself. So preset sounds, that's when the software developer or whoever created the app has made it as easy and accessible for users to use straight off the bat, and they've made their own sounds. So they've made their own library. So let's go with the mass library, and it says lovely. So let's go with that. So now each square has a preloaded sound, so we don't have to add anything to it. So let's go through the sounds. So there we go. The drum fill in. Little melody line. And we go to the next one. And same melody line just in a different key. So before we go any further, I'm going to go through that one more time. So if we open up the app, this is what it will look like. We want to press the black dot in the middle until this these icons come up, we want to go to the yellow one with the 3 line or the 4 lines in it. Click that. We go to a library. Then in that library, we want to keep on scrolling until we find lovely. Okay, and then when you find lovely, click on lovely, and you'll have the same library as me. So when you press the top red, you'll get the kind of lightning bolt, you'll get the bells, and what we just played through. So now what we're going to have a look at is figuring out what we need to do to keep it looping, to stop it looping, and to just play it. So as we've gone through it, as you just press once, that will just play the sound once in the loop. So you can see the time or how long it lasts for. So this drum loop lasts quite a long time. So you can see that the circle moving around goes at a slower pace. Then something maybe on top, the bell is a little quicker and it moves faster. So if you're playing the drums, that's a long beat, you want to stop it, you get your 2 fingers and you tap it. And then your hand comes up. So watch one more time, playing it there, tap it again, and the hand stops it. So then we know how to press it to play and to press it to stop. If you wanted to keep it looping, then you press down 1 finger until the black box or the black box surrounds the dot. And then this will just keep that same loop going again. Then from there, we just have a little look and you can add in. So if you count with it, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there we had just a little melody that we played with our beats. We had the vocals, we had the bells. So we were just tapping them all in and kind of keeping a little pulse as well. So you can kind of hear in this preset, 2, 3, 4. There's a kind of beat to that. So the drum is always a good one to add on to. And you just feel that. So try bop your head and feel that you're in time with it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. So double tap that with my 2 fingers, and then that stops it. Now, if we want to go back in, we were talking about, that's the launch pad. So what we just did when you're just clicking and you're tapping to make the sound open. So when you press something, that will just make a sound. Okay, now we want to look at our sampling a little bit more. So that's what we were doing at the very start when you've seen all the mics. So how you do that, if you want to make them all into your own sample, you press the plus button at the top. Now, can you see every square has a microphone in it? That means that something needs to be recorded into that to make it into the launchpad. So if I tap these now, it's only going to start recording. It's not going to make any sounds because it has the recorder on it. So I like playing music with my iPhone.
I like playing music with my iPhone.
So you got to remember which way you do it, but that's how you bring in your own samples. So I'm just using my voice now because I have it here, but you can go around your house, you can pick up some books, you could, let's see, go again, you could knock on the table. So I have a table here, I press record. So
press record.
So you can record things like that. A lot of percussive sounds, you can use your mouth. So like in the previous workshops, you can actually use body percussion. So you can go. We can also use our mouth and some kind of beatboxing kind of stuff. So. And then you can even get your surroundings. So maybe if you're at the beach or something and you hear some waves, you can record the waves. If you're in a park and you hear some birds chirping, you can record the birds chirping and bring it in that way. So that's our first app that we're just having a quick look at. So for today, what we want to just do is get introduced to these apps and we can start performing and creating music with them on our own. So that was our first one. That was Keezy, and that's a launchpad and sampler. Now our second one is Keezy by the company, same company, Keezy, but this time it's called Drummer. So the app is called Drummer, but it's still by Keezy. So Once you open it up, what you should first see is this. Now, what we want to do is we want to press the plus button, and this is going to add, this is going to show up a sequencer. So here's our sequencer, and what a sequencer is you can see there's 4 rows of 4 non-filled in circles. So we've got to press play, which is this button here. Oops, open up again. I'll press play and press play at the bottom down here. Go back into the app. And now, so technically the app is playing, but we just haven't written in anything. So that's why you can't hear anything. So can you follow the white dot, the white circle? That's what you want to follow. And if we start now adding in notes, let's make some, so make it a little louder. So wherever I add in a dark circle, it will now play a kick drum. So why is it playing a kick drum? Because there is a list of different instruments below here. Now it's a snare drum. Go again, fast snare drum, so it's just more textures to it. Close hi-hat. So hi-hat, part of a drum kit. It's usually when the 2 cymbals are on top of each other, so that's why it can be closed when they're both on top of each other, or open when they're kind of just hanging above each other. So let's hear it opened. So open lets it ring a little bit further. Then we have our sound effects, our blips, blops, our claps, clicks, and there's lots and lots and lots more. So what we want to do now is we're going to exit out of here, finish this. So I pressed the add button, and then I created this green layer, okay? And now we're currently on clicks. So we go back, we click the middle button, which is the OK button, and now I want to add another layer. So I click the plus button again, and I get this another sequencer. So all these sequencers are going to move at the same pace. So you don't have to worry about making sure they're in time or anything. It's already, the computer does that itself. It's already connected with the same tempo. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to add a kick in, and it's always good to add the kicks on the first beat. So let's make a standard drum kit beat. So I'm going to just take away that. So perfect. Now, so I have my kick drums on the first beat. So let's play that. Now I'm going to press OK there, add in a snare drum. I'm going to add in a snare drum on the 3rd row down. So then I'm OK with that. Press the middle button, which is an OK. Add again, so adding another layer. A new sequencer comes up, it's empty. We've got to fill it in. We've got to pick an instrument first. So let's go closed hi-hats. Closed hi-hats, you can just, let's cover them all in. So I'm okay with that. And you can keep on adding layers from here. So that's a good fundamental and basis for a kind of easy drum groove. From here, then you can add in, you can go down and maybe add in tambourines. And as I was saying beforehand, you don't have to worry about the timing or anything like that because the computer is following, is making all the parts follow the same timing. So I'm just going to even tap randomly and see how it sounds. So we'll go back again. So it keeps on, adds in. So I take all them away. I do another random bit. So we have that. Perfect. All right. So, and you can keep on adding then, and then let's add a shaker. So you can add in lots and lots of different ones. So, freeze that there. So we're going to stop right there for our drummer app. So that was our sequencer. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have a little look at our classics for kids. So we're actually going to skip the GarageBand just for now. We'll get to that at the end. So classics for kids. I'm going to search this up now, and we're going to follow it together online. So classics for kids. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to share this now. So I'm going to bring it up on my screen, and you'll be able to hear the audio now. Sure. Okay. So how is that? Can we all see this page? Perfect. So this is our classics for kids. What we want to do, so this is a great resource for young people and kids to learn about music. Okay, so there's lots about educational resources to do with school and school music classes, learning about composers and the general history of music. But for today, what we want to do, we want to go into our game section. So up in the top corner, we have home, composer, games, music, parents, teachers. We want to look at the orange one, which is games. So we click into games, and we have a whole selection. So after this class, I would advise you all to have a little look at all these games. They're really interactive and fun, and great ways for getting introduced to music through online resources. So what we're going to have a look at today is the match the rhythm, and also compose your own music. So let's have a first look at match the rhythm. So when you want to play the game, you just find it. Here's my mouse. I'm going to click, and a new table should come up. So here we go. So we have to enter into full screen. So hopefully, all right. So let's go. There we go. So now, so a part of this game is, if you look at it in the background, you can see a kit. You can see our friend there waving the baton, and then behind him in the bottom layer over here, we can see 5 saves. So just like reading music, we want to look at this bit because it's going to be the most important. So that's the bottom half of the screen. So those 5 white lines, half of it is, you can see it's more filled in than the right side. So the left side is filled in, those lines, the right side isn't. The notes that we're looking at are going to come from the right side, and they're going to slowly come over until they hit the middle, where the white line is not faded out anymore. So what we're going to look at is, I'm going to play this a few times. So here we go. I'm going to play it. You can see that are unfaded. So I didn't do anything there, so I lost. So what we're going to do is, first time we listen. So there's our beat. All right, so one more time, let's see. So here's it unfaded. When it touches this white line, that's when you have to hit it. Okay, and one more time, let's listen to it last time. So it's unfaded, now hit it. Hit it, hit it. Okay, now I'm ready. I've listened to it a few times. I know the beat, so I might be a bit better prepared to get it right this time. So now I'm ready to play. I'm gonna go now, now, now. Perfect. So I was timing it, waiting till those dots got to the filled in white line. And that's when you know when to play it. So here we go, next one. Let's listen to another beat. So here we go, bam, dum, bam, bam. So remember, you're looking at the movement. It's coming across the screen from right to left. And when it hits that filled in white line that's in the middle of the screen, that's when you know to play the drum. So when you're playing the drum, all you're doing is just clicking your mouse or clicking your iPhone or iPad screen. So click, 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 click. Super again. So if you're getting bored of this, you can then add in to an advanced stage, so you can add in more rhythms. So it gets a little bit faster and a little bit longer. So here we go, listening. So there's more notes this time. And also there's lots of levels. Hit, 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 hit. So you can keep on going with this game throughout. So we'll play one last one for our rhythms. So let's play it. So we're listening this time. Bam, 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 bam. All right. So remember, the notes are coming from the right side across over to the left, and you have to wait for it to get to that white line in the middle that starts to fill in. Okay. And that's when you know to hit it. So here we go. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, I missed that one. So if you miss it and you don't play it correctly, all you do is just try again. Okay. So don't worry. It's not a big deal. You just try again. And if you really want to, you can listen to it one more time. It'll help you out. So listen, bam, 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 bam. There we go. I think I'm a little bit more prepared for it now. I'm ready to play it. So let's see where we go. Bam, 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 bam. There we go. So I took my time. I went back. I listened to it again, and I matched the rhythm correctly. So that's the first game that we're looking at from classics for kids. Now we're going to go back into the main menu, back into our games. So up in the top, go to games, go down. There was the game we just played, match the rhythm. Now we want to go to compose your own music. So this is going to help us to use our mobile devices and our desktops to create music. So here we go. Once again, we open this file. Play game is in the middle, and it should come up. So here we go. Here's our second game. So this game is using music notes. So it's really good for beginners of music to start recognizing how music notes look. And also, there's another part that a keyboard comes up. So for any maybe piano players or aspiring piano players, it's really, really good to raise awareness of the musical alphabet and also which keys correspond on a keyboard. So first of all, let's go through note values. So these are all our notes. So we have here in this box, we have a semibreve. Now a semibreve lasts for 4 beats, 4 counts. So that's why in the top left corner of this box that this semibreve is in, you can see that there's the number 4. It's telling you that that's going to need 4 beats. So that's going to fill up 4 beats. Then one over to the right, we have the minimum. And then this minimum lasts for 2 beats. So you can see in the top left corner of this box, there's number 2. So that's the minimum. Then the note in the middle of us all, in the middle of the 5, is the crotchet. You can see in the left corner of this box that this lasts for 1 beat. As well, this lasts for 1 beat. Then, over the last 2 in the yellow boxes, we have a minimum rest. So that means nothing's going to play for 2 beats. And then at the very last one, that looks like a lightning bolt almost, we have the crotchet rest. Now, if you look in the left corner of here, this lasts for 1 beat or 1 count. So remember to look in the top left corners of these boxes because they're going to help you out later on. So now we have to look at our music. So we have a treble clef here, and we have a time signature. So we're looking at 4/4. So we want to try fill up 4 beats in this whole bar. So this is where the number in the top left corner comes in. So if I press this button, if I press the semibreve, the whole bar is going to be filled up and it's going to go to the next one. So let's try that. So I press the semibreve, which is also a whole note for any Americans. And here's our keyboard. So we have from middle C up to an octave above in the F. So we can pick any of the white keys. So the good thing about composing this piece is that you can't actually play the black keys, so it's always going to be in C major. So whatever note you pick, really, it's going to mix, but it will never really sound too clashing or kind of unusual. So let's just go with an A, classic. So I've gone on to the next bar because we played a semibreve, which is 4 beats. So it's filled up all 4 beats of the first bar. Now, below here, you can see the dots. We're now in the second bar. So we have 4 bars in total. So let's pick a minim. I'm going to pick a C. Then I'm going to pick a crotchet, which is only 1 beat, which is a G. So that's 2 plus 1, so that's 3. I need 4 to fill up the whole bar. Let's add a crotchet rest. So that means I'm just going to play nothing in that last beat of that bar. Now, looking again, we can see that we're on the third bar of the piece. A minim. Let's go for an E, a crotchet, a high C there, another crotchet, go down to the B. And now we filled up our 4 beats. Now we're on the last bar. So this time we're going to have a look at a crotchet rest at the beginning of the bar. So that's 1 beat. Let's add another beat with a crotchet and play a note. Let's go to G. And let's finish with a minim. So that's 2 beats. And finish on low C. Let's see how that sounds. So there we have it, finished our own composition. So let's play it one more time. Nice, perfect. So if we want to make it a little bit more advanced, we can switch up the game once again. Now this time it's adding in more notes. So note values. So we have a new one. This is dotted minim. So this would hold for 3 beats. Our dotted crotchet, which holds for 1.5 beats, and our quaver. Okay, so quaver here, which is equal to half, and then our quaver rest. So that's equal to half a beat of playing nothing. So with the more advanced range, we can add in a lot more notes and have a bit more movement. So let's try something really fast. I'm just going to put in random notes here. I'm not even thinking of any scale. I'm just adding in. But remember, we can't hit any black notes, so it's all going to be in C anyway. So it's going to be difficult to make any mistakes. And then we're 2 more bars. So let's make the last 2 bars a little bit slower. And we're on the last bar. I'm going to add in dotted here. And then so you can see by playing the advanced one, it's a little bit more interesting, and you can create a lot more movement in your composition. So it just makes it more interesting for yourself and anyone that you want to share it to. So here's a share button just in the bottom right corner. You can press that and you can send that to an email, or you can send that to whoever you want. So let's listen to it one more time. Play it here. Oh, it's gone on me. So, okay, so we'll finish up there with that. Perfect. So screen playing. And now, so the last app we're going to go and have a little look at is called GarageBand. So GarageBand, this is the app. So the reason I left it at the end is this is the app that is only compatible for iOS devices. So unfortunately, if you have an Android or anything other than an Apple device, so iPhone, iPad, Mac, you need something like that to download GarageBand because it is an Apple software. So I'm going to go onto my phone here. I'm going to search up my GarageBand, open it up, and see what's on. So we have So when you open it up, it comes up like this. So let's see if you can like that. Perfect. So if you can't see in this group, don't worry. We're going to be putting some videos up that I had prepared earlier on. Unfortunately, they were freezing through the live stream, so we had to think our feet a little bit and do a different direction. But with those mini tutorial videos, it's a lot easier. I have a screen beside me as well, going step by step through all the different steps of entering an app, the 4 apps that we've just discussed, and just a little bit more clear. So you can look later on in the day. Hopefully that'll be up by next week. So we're going to have a little quick look. Right. So in the top left corner, or sorry, top right corner, this is where you want to click an add microphone. So there's a little microphone, and then you get into a section like this, okay? So when you're here, you want to find the grids that are over here. So there should be like a row of grids. Up in the top left corner, you'll see a mini box and it has a grid in it. So click that. Then it will turn into a recording session. So when it records to that, then you can just click it again. It has turned into a microphone now. So if you click that one more time, it goes back to the grid. And click it again. It turns into a microphone. So this is where we want to be. And this is where we can start creating music. Okay. So we have our space here. So we're going to add in. Yeah, so we'll have the tutorial videos up on Monday. So where we want to do now, we want to go to our top right corner of this app, and we're going to click right beside the cog wheel, which is the settings. Beside that is a loop. So it looks like a loop, and we want to click that, and that's where we add in instruments, okay? And from this point, a little bit difficult to see on the thing. From this point, we have a library of different sounds. So we can go through all these. So you can also do a search. So they have a person. So on the top they have a genre in the middle. Then they have instruments, and then over here they have, what is it? Yeah. So we want to just look at the instruments and the genres. So I'm going to go into the middle option of genre, and I'm going to go chill waves, and I'm going to listen for some kind of relaxing beat. Okay. So we can use that if we want to. There's another one. This is called Brooklyn Night Synth. The nicer. Then we are going into another one. So there's the link down below me right there if you want to download the GarageBand for your Mac. If you have an iPod or iPhone or iPad, what you do is you simply just go onto your app store and just type in GarageBand. It's usually actually already pre-downloaded because it's an Apple app. And anyway, so here we go. Now, so I'm going to add that into my sound. So we have that. Okay, perfect. Now, so we have our sounds there. So you can see that the audio file comes up in our section view. From here, let's just keep on adding different sounds. So I'm going to add in orchestral sounds. So I'm going to go into genre. Then when I go into genre, I'm going to look up and look out for a list of rows of different, and at the end it has orchestra here. I'm going to look for something that sounds, okay, it goes, but not really what I'm looking for. Oh, that's nice. Let's see something else. Okay, so I'm going to click this one, which is Academy All. So we'll go here. You press down on the file, and then it turns into a the session view comes up, and then you can place it down there. And once you place it down, then it will start playing. Okay. So let's add one more thing in. So what I want to do, I want to add in a synth. So I've gone into my section, I've gone into my instruments library, I've clicked to settings, I've clicked instruments, and I've clicked synth. So let's just do some synth sounds. Okay, I like that sound synth. It's nice and subtle, so I'll add that in. So what you do, when you found the one you want, you hold it down, and then you move, and you bring it on to your session. And there we go. Now we have 3 lines. So from here, we want to adjust the volume on the left, so we can make the synth really loud compared to everything else. We can bring up the drums. So there's your volume. See the headphones? So that means that's all to do with your volume. All right. Now, really quickly, we're going to go into our effects. So up at the top, there's a row. We have the record and play buttons here. We want to go over to the left side, and we want to click where it says FX, and that's effects. Okay. And then when that comes up, there should be a little table down here that comes up. So on the right, we have our filter, and then here we have repeats. So filter just takes out some high frequencies or low frequencies, depending on where your finger is on the board. Then we have our square wave that basically turns on and off the music. So it allows it in, it's like a gate. It's opening up a gate and closing it. So when we drag it up further, higher it goes, the quicker the gate opens and closes. Drag it down, the slower the gate opens and closes. Okay? Then we have, in the middle, we have a little DJ thing, like a scratch. Then we have some distortion. Granular distortion. And then we have a repeater. So this just repeats certain sections. The further you go over, the more quicker the repeats are. So this is quite a long repeat session. You can hear it repeating. The further I move over, the shorter the repeat bar becomes. And it's basically a sound within itself. And then you close that, it goes back at it. Alright. So we have that there. Let me just click that. Okay. So at that, I am going to leave the GarageBand there. So that was just a little introduction to GarageBand and our other apps. So to go through it, summarize, what we wanted to do today was just a tiny introduction to see what apps are good to get started on using, composing, and getting used to reading music with your iPod or your tablets or any kind of cellular device that you might have at home, and to make it accessible as possible to get introduced, for young people to get introduced to music. So we had our Keezy first app, our Drummer by Keezy, the same developer. Then we had our website, which you can use on iPads as well, the Classics for Kids. And then finally, we finished off with our GarageBand. So that was just a little introduction of how to get started. So unfortunately, we had tutorial videos set up and ready to go, but they weren't working through the live stream. So I'm really sorry about that. But from Monday, we'll have them online. So you'll be able to watch back them, and it's a little bit clearer because the screen will be beside me and it makes a lot more sense. So thank you.
Thanks a million, Tyke.
No problem.
Really interesting. And all that stuff's all free, right? So it's all...
Yeah, all those apps, yeah. Everything we did there is all free. Yeah.
Amazing. And you can build that into an education program, but as well as that, you just have a bit of fun.
Exactly. It's all about kind of just exploring, I suppose. But yeah, it's really educational as well, especially the website I was showing. There's huge amount of resources on that. So that's a great one to look at.
What's your go-to free app for this kind of music tech, kind of easy access, have a bit of fun?
Yeah.
creativity?
I think my go-to one would probably be GarageBand, because you can link that up with then professional DAWs. So that's digital audio workshops. So what you're making music, but I suppose more the professional range. But you can link them up, and it's really easy to do that. So it's a great starting position, and you can keep on using it throughout your profession.
And is there any hidden costs with GarageBand? I'm sure there's probably the looks and stuff that you
Yeah,
can
so
pay for.
in all the apps there's some in-app purchases, but it's not too bad. It's only if you really want to, I suppose, quite niche things within the app, but generally it's all free.
For GarageBand, is there a kind of what age range would you say is maybe appropriate for accessing, or is it any age?
Yeah, for GarageBand is probably a little bit older than the Keezy. GarageBand is a little bit more technical, so I'd probably say maybe for young teens, that's the age I would give, young teens and above, for the GarageBand. And then the Keezy is very accessible, so I would say any age for that. You can just click the launch pads, you just click it, and it plays music. So a little bit more easier.
That's brilliant, and it's kind of cool that most of those apps, the phone-based apps, like you could just be walking around recording sounds and making little
Yeah,
soundscapes and having a bit of fun.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. And those recording times are I think up to 30 seconds to a minute. So you can record conversations, you record what you're doing in your day. So yeah, lots of endless possibilities with that.
Totally cool. Guess what I'm doing most of tomorrow, by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Gonna break out the Keezy. That's amazing. In terms of the phones, is there anything that people need to be concerned about? I know you've mentioned obviously GarageBand is an Apple product,
Yeah.
but all of those things work both Android and on iOS.
Yeah, the other two apps, yeah, they work on both iOS and Android. And then the website, you can use that. You have to go through a browser, but you can use that with your tablet or iPhones as well. It works. So I think they've changed it so that when you go on to a browser with your iPod, it adjusts things for your screen. But yeah, you can still use the Classic for Kids with iPads and iPhones.
That's amazing. And obviously, hashtag don't hand over your smartphone for a
Yeah,
time.
exactly. Yeah. So be careful about any of the in-app purchases. Yeah, you need a passcode, so that doesn't happen, because you don't win those bills.
For sure. Are there any apps like that you can collaborate on? Can you collaborate with GarageBand with kind of remote collaboration?
Yeah, absolutely. So GarageBand, you can save that session. So what we just did there, I could have saved that session, and then labeled it, blah, 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 and then sent that to you via a link. So you can collaborate with that. Yeah, the GarageBand is the easiest one to collaborate with. So you can save that session, send it to someone else. They can work on it and send it back.
That's really cool. Last one, and it wasn't intended for the session, but you're here, so I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, go for it.
Virtual reality is the hot flavor on everybody's lips, obviously.
Yeah.
Any kind of good go-to stuff for, say, music, or good collaboration, say on the kind of the Quest series or anything like that?
Yeah, that's a tricky one, because quite a lot of time with the virtual reality, you need other devices to really kind of get the full impact of it. So I've been looking at there's a few apps where you can use kind of sensors up from your phone and stuff. So I have one here. Let's see. So we have one here, and then so this one, it's not making any sound right now, but this is, if you type in theremin on your iPhone or anything like that, you can find these apps that, as we were talking about from the start of the class, you can actually use the sensors within the phone itself to move and adjust. So this is just a visual one, so it just kind of moves that circle. But there's other apps that you can search up. So if you search up anything like theremin, or there's the theremin apps are probably the best ones. So just search up theremin, and a lot of those have kind of sensor enabling apps, so you can use the movement of your phone to create sounds. So that's always a fun one.
Totally cool. Just while we think about it, we might actually just to start a little list on the Imagine Orchestra website. I might ask
Yeah,
you to
cool, super.
do a few things.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
we'll
great.
pick it up and we'll have that up for maybe Monday, the list maybe by Monday or Tuesday. But we'll have
Perfect.
your videos up by Monday for everybody to check in and see
Great.
what's going on. So those are kind of cool.
Super.
There's 4
Excellent.
videos in that. Is that right?
Yeah, there's 4 videos in that series. So all the apps that we just went through, there's more in depth and easier visuals.
That's brilliant. Tag, thanks a million for your time and for all of
No
that.
problem.
All
Great.
tech issues aside, it was still very
Yeah.
enjoyable.
Thank you. Thank you.
And actually, we got to see some demos, so nothing better than
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. Well done.
Great.
Okay, for everybody that's watching at home, we're going to take literally a 5-minute breather offline. We're going to keep the feed going, so don't go too far, because very soon we're going to be welcoming the folks from Ardu, Kieran and Vicky, for their workshop. So don't go too far. But once again, thanks for that creative technology session with Tyke Kinsella. Thanks, Tyke.
No problem. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Very welcome back, everybody, online to Imagine Orchestra and Cruinniú Day. Happy Cruinniú Day. I hope you're enjoying all the festivities and the events that are going on right across the country and globally today. It's been a wonderful lead up to today, I have to say, with all the events that have been going on. If you haven't checked them out yet, make sure you jump on to the cruinniu.creativeireland.gov.ie website and see all of those 600 events that are going on right across the country today. Some of them online, some of them in person, but I'm sure you can see a lot of content on all of the social media channels as well. And I'm sure there's still events that you still have a chance to check in on and possibly get involved in still at this stage as well. So we're moving on to our next live session and event. I'm very excited about this one. We've already seen some of the wonderful content, the assets that Ardu have produced for us for the website, for the Imagine Orchestra website. More specifically, Kieran and Leanne producing some really lovely content there, and then a beautiful concert time performance as well with a nice selection of repertoire. But I'm delighted now to welcome both Kieran and Vicky to the feed, if technology doesn't fail us. Hi, Vicky.
Hello.
Oh, there we are. Perfect. Hiya, folks. How are we doing?
Good. Thanks for having us, Brendan.
Not at all. Delighted. Really looking forward to this session. We have featured, obviously, your pre-recorded workshop already at this stage in that little concert time. For anybody that, for whatever reason, doesn't know who you are, and they should, just give us a little bit of background to who's who and what do you do.
Vicky?
Yes, I'll answer that one. So Ardu is a vocal ensemble or a vocal band or an a cappella group. So there are 6 of us, and our voices range from soprano, alto, tenor, and bass, and a few in between. And we sing without any accompaniment. That's what makes us an a cappella group, and we're based in Dublin.
Amazing. That's absolutely amazing. I mean, we've seen, I think, in the video that you sent, Kieran, we had 4 of the members, but there was a little insert in the workshop of all 6 of you as well. And you guys travel the world, just knocking it out of the park, just singing with no accompaniment at all. Give us a sense of where you've been and what you've done and where you've been to perform.
We're so lucky that this is, for most of us, our job, and so we've kind of worked really hard as soloists and in different choir sort of careers, and sort of come together and to create this group, and we just love what we do. But we've managed to travel all over Europe. A couple of years ago, before all this coronavirus and online workshop thing came around, we did a tour of Croatia and Italy and Austria, performing to loads and loads of really appreciative audiences, and just bringing sort of there's no real groups in Ireland that do what we do, so it's sort of bringing our style to countries where it's a more popular genre, and I think it went down quite well. So, and we're just in a couple of weeks, we're going to be one of the first performing groups from Ireland to perform abroad again post coronavirus. We're going on an Italian tour at the end of July, so we're super excited to get out of Ireland for a little bit of sunshine.
The passport's going to get stamped. That's amazing.
Fingers crossed.
Well done. Congratulations. Hey, you mentioned it there. I mean, there's not a huge history, or it's certainly not a kind of a big culture of a cappella, but I think it's fair to say you guys are setting the bar, and it's developing, let's say, because of the work that you're doing. So it's really on the rise at the minute, isn't it, in Ireland?
We're doing our best with that. I mean, what we're trying to do with workshops like this, and when we speak to everybody about what we do, is that it's not this real niche genre that, that the American style of a cappella might have you perceive it. It's essentially just using your voice and creating whatever sounds you can, bringing it together, creating or singing whatever music you want, making your arrangements, whether it's Irish folk music or pop music, or even contemporary versions of classical music. So it really should be accessible to everybody. And yeah, it's getting slowly but surely a little bit more popular as time goes by.
No, you're doing great. You're doing great. And you kind of hit the nail on the head. What I love about any of the videos that you've created for us, but any of the things that I've seen you do before, is the broad range of repertoire, and the fact that, as we had you doing the kind of vocal percussion, you have a drum kit player in your band, you've got a bassist in your band, you've got the whole orchestra going on, all with your voice. It's quite amazing. Anyway, I'm going to get out of the way because everyone's waiting and dying for this to happen and not to see me talk anymore. So over to you guys. Enjoy.
Thanks so much, Brendan. Just before we start, just for anybody who hasn't seen us, I thought it would be good for us to share a little video which gives you an idea of how we sound. Vicky's going to talk loads about how she uses her voice and using your voice and warming up and stuff. So I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm just going to play a video, which is a few years old now at this stage, but it hopefully for anybody watching at home, you can hear the different voices that Vicky described coming into the texture and creating what was at the time a new arrangement for specifically for us of a well-known old song. So I'm just going to play this. Hopefully it will play.
Changing the minds of pretenders while chasing the clouds away. Our hearts are ringing in the key that our souls are singing. As we dance in the night, remember how the stars of the night away.
My thoughts are with you, holding hands in your heart to see you. Oh, never does the love matter. How long your love was here to say. The bell was ringing, our souls were singing. Do you remember the cloudy day? There was a body out, singing you remember, body out, dancing in September, body out, never was a cloudy day.
So there you are. I hope you enjoyed that. I was going to stop it earlier, but I couldn't find a way to stop it. So there you are. I hope you enjoyed our video. I'll leave you over to Vicky.
Yeah, so you might have been able to hear there, as you were hopefully dancing along and singing along, you could hear all the elements of a band coming through, but just specifically using voices. So I already mentioned that we have 4 voice types in the group: soprano, alto, tenor, bass, from highest pitch to lowest pitch. And amongst that, we fill in all of the gaps as well. However, we call ourselves a vocal band, and there's a reason for that. It's because we try to imitate all of the requirements that a band have when they're playing a song. So you might have rhythm and bass sections played by maybe guitars. You might have a bass guitar. We also sometimes have a beatboxing element, which is imitating the drums. And then we also have a lead vocalist, or the solo line as well, and then maybe backing singers. So all of the elements that come together to make a band, you can find in Ardu in an arrangement like that. So as singers, it's obviously important to really take good care of our voices in order to fulfill all of those roles. So we might do a little warm-up. Yes, okay, great. So if everybody could jump up on their feet and join me standing, we're going to do a little physical warm-up to begin with, because you may have also noticed that we were doing a bit of dancing, so you have to keep nice and relaxed for these things. So let's start there. So what I want you to do is just focus on keeping your bodies nice and relaxed, because our bodies are our instruments as we sing. So go for a little walk with me. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Let's speed up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And slow. 1, 2, 3, 4. And stop. Very good. Okay, now I'd like you to touch your toes. And then come up really, really, really slowly. One part of your spine at a time. And your head comes up at the very, very, very last. And then give your shoulders a roll. Very good. Okay, now I want you to go up onto your tiptoes and take a breath in while we're here. And let the breath go. And again, up onto your tiptoes, take a breath in and let it go. Come back down. Now a big yawn and a stretch. One more time. Very good. Very good. I like to think of our breath as being something like fuel for our voices. So imagine you were filling up a car with some diesel, some petrol. That's basically what we're doing. We're taking in a breath in order to allow our voices to go along on its journey through the phrases. So next, I'm going to just pinpoint a few little target areas that sometimes we have a little bit of tension in, but we're going to try and relax those areas. So we already just touched upon our shoulders. Let's give them another roll backwards. And then we're going to squeeze them up to our ears and let them go. Squeeze them up to your ears again. Let them go. And one more big roll backwards. Very good. So shoulders. That's place number 1 to watch out for. Now, how about our neck? How's our neck feeling today? Can you try and touch your right ear to your right shoulder? Good. Maybe give it a little help. Very nice. Come back to the center. Now, can your left ear touch your left shoulder this time? Give it a little help. Very nice. Okay, now chin to chest. Very good. Come back to center and give your head a little bobble. Nice and free. Excellent. Really good. Okay, now bringing it into our faces. We're going to give our face a little bit of attention, a little bit of a massage. So run your fingers over your face like little spider legs. And then go up to the top of your head and back down. Your back, your neck. Good. And then maybe just get your jaw a little massage as well. That's another place. That's a really important place to make sure that's nice and free. Very good. Now, I love this one. Can you show me your biggest face like this? And then a really small squishy face. And a big face. Small face? Good. I really hope you're doing this with me. Good, well done. Okay, now our last little exercise to make sure we're really physically warmed up in order to be really great singers is a shaking exercise. So we're going to shake each of our limbs, both arms, both legs, 8 times, and then we're going to shake them 4 times, and then we're going to shake them twice, and then once, and then we're going to do a big star jump. Make sure you've got lots of space. So here we go. You can shout out the numbers with me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Woo! Very good. Well done, everybody. I hope you're feeling a little bit more physically warmed up now, because that is important.
Amazing. Well, I'm absolutely exhausted, Vicky, so thanks for that. Everybody should be really warmed up. As Vicky said, it's just remembering that your entire body is your instrument when you're singing. And for anybody who, whether you're practicing at home or you're singing in a choir or you're just doing some singing at school or any kind of time of using your voice, if you go through that process that Vicky just went through, then you'll be much freer, much more relaxed and ready to, you know, sing even better if you do that every time. So once we've got our bodies loosened up and warmed up, we obviously have to start thinking about how to warm up our voices. Now, normally we would do warm-ups for a very, very long time. In the video that's on the Academy YouTube page, the Imagine Orchestra page, Leanne goes through a series of very accessible vocal warm-ups that you might want to have a look at. but you might have your own scales and warm-ups to do yourself. But something we're going to do today is something that's also on that video. So hopefully some of you will have seen the video and will be well versed in this. We're going to count from 1 to 8. Use just the notes of a scale. So it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can we sing that together? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And let's go from the top to the bottom. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's easy, right? But we need to make sure our brains are switched on when we're singing as well. So let's make it a little bit more tricky. So every time we go up one number, we're going to go back down to 1 again. So it'll sound like this. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, all the way up to 8. And we'll do it nice and slowly so we get used to it, okay? Let's try that together. And 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm sure you all got there with me. That was a little bit slow. You can practice it in different ways. You can practice it really softly, really loudly. You can practice the notes really short, 1, 1, 2, 1, or really long and smooth and legato. But this time we're going to make it a little bit more tricky. So we're going to speed it up a little bit. And every time we get to the number 3, we're going to do a clap. So don't sing 3 at all, just clap instead. So it should be like this. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, and so on. So every time you sing 3, keep focused and ready to clap on 3. Here we go. Let's do it a little bit faster and off we go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. How did we get on? All good? Great. Okay, let's take it even up another level. So this time, same thing, clap on 3, but click on 6. And I know some people find it difficult to click, so even if you can't click, just pretend. Just make a little soft, little quiet click. We can't hear you anyway. As long as I can click, you can hear me. You can click along with me. So it's clap on 3, click on 6, and we'll do a little bit faster. Ready? Off we go. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 7, 5, 4, 2, 1. Well done, everyone. And I forgot to click on 6 the first time around. I'm sure you noticed that, but Vicky was on the ball, so we all got our clicks on 6. So that's a good way to warm up the voice, make sure the brain is switched on, and also get into a sense of rhythm, because as Vicky mentioned already, one of the things that is super important within the style of music that we sing is a sense of rhythm and a sense of pulse and a sense of kind of, you know, a beat to every song that we sing. It's to, I guess, to represent the pop music that we sometimes sing. So we're just going to do one more exercise with that in mind, and then we're going to teach you a song, or we're going to reteach you a song, and hopefully the technology will work and you can sing along with us. But first, we're just going to do another little rhythm exercise. So it's to do with the clapping, and it's to do with the vocal percussion videos that are already on the Imagine Orchestra website. So I did a little video series. I don't know if some of you may have seen it, some of you may not have, but basically it's about doing a little bit of beatboxing. So I'm not the best beatboxer in the world, but I can keep a beat. So we're just going to learn 3 different sounds. The first sound is the kick drum, which sounds like this. Dum, dum, dum. Can you make that sound? And dum, dum. Again, dum, dum. So that's our kick drum. And then we do a little hi-hat sound, which sounds like this. Your turn. And again. And if we put those sounds together, we go dum, dum, dum. Your turn. Dum, dum, dum. So one of the things that I say in my vocal percussion videos is that you don't need to make it too complicated. If you're singing in a choir or singing with some friends and you want to do a little bit of vocal percussion, you can keep it really simple. It's really, really effective. And if you make it too complicated, then you might rush, you might fall out of time, and then the whole ensemble falls apart. So keep it nice and simple. But one more sound we can add is the crash cymbal. So it sounds like this. Try that. And again. And then if we put those three sounds together, we've got dum, dum, your turn. Dum, dum, dum. Cool. And you can mess around with those sounds. You can mix them up. You can do more kick drums, more hi-hats, or more cymbals, whatever you prefer, just to see what works. Feel free to add it into the song later that we're going to be working on with Vicky. One more thing, we're going to go back to counting from 1 to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're not going to sing it, but just to make sure we have a sense of rhythm and a sense of pulse and a sense of adding different rhythms, not just the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to add claps on different numbers, okay? So usually this is more fun in real life because we can hear everybody clapping together and we can mix up the different rhythms. But let's try a few different ones and then I'll leave it with you to practice at home. So so basically we're going to count on a loop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then what I want you to do is clap on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're going to clap on 1, 4, 7, and 8. Let's do it nice and slowly. Off we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and off. And you can change around the numbers. You can add numbers. You can add claps on 3, 5, and 8. Let's try that. 3, 5, and 8. And actually, if anybody's watching at home and there's two of you in the room, maybe one person can do 1, 4, 7, 8, and one person can do 3, 5, and 8. But let's do 3, 5, and 8 together. Off we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Off. So there are just a few little ideas that I want you to practice on your own. And maybe introduce to other people. They're really good ways to warm up and also to make sure the brain is switched on and to bring new ideas of rhythm and percussion and pulse to your music. There's a lovely message from Carl. Thank you, Carl. Over to you, Vicky. You're on mute.
Sorry. So if you guys watched our video with Kieran and Leanne, you may already know this song. It is an American a cappella folk song called Bring Me Little Water, Sylvie. And we're going to recap it and maybe add a few extra elements if we have time. So what I'd like to start with is the words, So we call words lyrics in music. So we're going to learn the lyrics. I'm going to say them with the rhythm. So you say them back to me with the rhythm. That's going to become very important. Okay, so bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Very nice. Let's do that all together. You can probably see on your screen the lyrics. You can choose which line you want to follow. This happens to be the melody line, soprano 2. So let's try that together with the rhythm, speaking it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. And that section is called the chorus. So it's important to learn your music that way so that you really reinforce the rhythm that we keep emphasizing is important. So now we might try singing it. See if you can echo it back to me, and we'll do just one part at a time. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Very good. So you may be able to hear those kind of funky notes. Watch out for those. For example, bring me little water, Sylvie. Really enjoy those notes when you get them. Great. Let's try singing the whole chorus section together one more time. Here we go. 3, 4. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Very good. Love this song. So the next section we're going to put together, if everyone is happy with that, is the verse. So the verse basically, just to recap on what Leanne had said, if you saw that video, every song has a structure. So we often have a chorus and a verse and a chorus again and a verse again. So this bit will sound just a little bit different notes. So here we go. Let's do it the same way. Sylvie, come a-running. Bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water. Fast as I can. Very good. Okay, time to learn our notes. Don't forget that this is the melody part, we would say. Okay, here we go. Sylvie, come a-running. Bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water. Fast as I can. Very nice. Okay, so we can put the whole verse together now. Try singing it with me this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sylvie, come a-running. Bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water. Fast as I can. Good work, everyone. You may have noticed another little funky note there. I will bring a little water. Fast as I can. They are really, really fun notes to sing, so enjoy those bits. So that's our chorus and our verse. And then what happens next is we sing the chorus again. So make sure you're following line 2. Let's try and put the whole song together. And then we've got some really fun body percussion to put into this. Here we go, everyone. All the way through. Chorus, verse, chorus. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Sylvie, come Good. Well done, everybody. I hope that that's feeling nice and secure and comfortable, because we're going to add a whole separate element to this now. This is called body percussion. And the body percussion, basically, it's another way that we can imitate an instrument or create a beat or create a rhythm to go alongside ourselves, even just as one person singing this. You can become more than just a singer. So the body percussion is in 3 sections, and it repeats and repeats and repeats. It's actually kind of nice because it reflects the phrases that we sing. So each phrase belongs to a phrase of the body percussion, if that makes sense. So I'm going to teach it to you in 3 steps. So here we go. We're going to be using claps. We're going to be using slaps on our chest. And we're going to be using stomps. And we're also going to be using slaps across our leg. Let me just tilt this down a little tiny bit. Okay. So it goes like this. This is step 1. Clap, right, left, stomp, clap. Let's try that. Clap, right, left, stomp, clap. Nice. One more time. Clap, right, left, stomp, clap. Good. Well done. So what comes after that? Clap, right, left, stomp, clap. Slap, slap. Try that. Slap, slap. So going backwards first, slap, and then forward, slap. Let's add that in. Clap, right, left, stomp, clap, slap, slap, stomp, clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap. I went a little bit further than I meant to there, but it's fun. So watch out for the longer moments as well. I'll point one out. Clap, right, left, stomp, clap, slap, slap. So that's going to be a long one. So watch out for those. Here we go. Let's try our first section again. It is tricky, yes. But once you get it, you're obsessed with it. You want to do it every day. So here we go. Clap, right, left, stomp, clap, slap, slap, stomp, clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap. Good. Are we getting there? Okay, let's go from the top one more time, and then I'm going to demonstrate it so you can kind of see how it fits in with the piece and how it boosts the piece. Here we go. Clap, right, left, stomp, clap, slap, slap, stomp, clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap. Good, well done. Okay, here we go. Wish me luck. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Okay, so you can see how it fits in with the phrases of the music as well. And it gives it that really fun rhythm to go along with the song. Then we don't do anything for the verse. We're going to just sing it out in our best voices. And then we go back to the chorus and repeat our body percussion. I hope you like it. Let's try the body percussion part one more time, and then we'll try and put it together and try and sing along. Here we go. Clap, right, left, stomp, clap, slap, slap, stomp, clap, stomp, clap, clap, stomp, clap. Okay, I think we're ready to try it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Bring me a little water now. Bring me a little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Well done, everybody. I can feel that coming through the screen. I hope you really enjoyed that. You can demonstrate it to your friends. It's really fun to teach as well. Well done.
Thanks so much, Vicky. That was amazing. If anybody was watching my portion of the screen there, you'll see why I wasn't teaching that. My hands got a little bit tangled there as we went through. The last thing that we're going to do, Vicky, you've done lots and lots of work. So I think what we'll do is we'll learn one more line from this song. For anybody who might have some lower voices like me, as you can see on the screen, the sheet music there has got 4 parts. And if we had more time with you, we'd be able to teach you all 4 parts. But what we've got at the very, very end, we've got a recording of the 4 parts that you can sing along to. And if you want to ask on the comments or contact us, whatever, we're more than happy to send you the recording and send you the sheet music if you want to learn it at home or with your choir. But let's learn just one other part so you can choose. So anybody who thinks that the Bring Me Little Water, Sylvie is maybe a little bit high, because it's certainly too high for me. Vicky does an amazing job of it. Let's do the line that's called Alto 2. And it's exactly the same thing, but it starts down there, and it sounds like this. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. And I just love the little hum at the start of the second line. Sylvie, every little once in a while. Let's try the chorus one more time. Bring me. And if you've already learned the melody and you want to just do the melody, sing along with us. 2, 3, 4. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Then the verse sounds like this. Sylvie, come running, bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water fast as I can. So for anybody who reads music, don't worry if you don't, but for anybody who does, you can see that at letter B, at the verse, you start with lots of the same notes. Sylvie, come running, and then it goes, bucket in her hand. And then you've got this really cool jazzy part, the kind of thing that Vicky was talking about. I will bring a little water. Let's try that. 2, 3, 4. I will bring a little water. Then you finish with fast as I can. Let's go from the verse one more time. Sylvie, come a running. 2, 3, 4. Sylvie, come a running. Bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water fast as I can. Back to the beginning. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Verse one more time. Sylvie, come running. Bucket in her hand. I will bring a little water fast as I can. So So that's for our lower voices in the audience there. Well, I think we're gonna finish now with one sing through, along with recordings of, well, actually, as we're gonna say, it's recordings of all of Ardu. It's not. It's recordings of Leanne doing different parts and me singing the lower part. So feel free to sing along. If I can find a way to share this, I think I'm gonna have to take the music down. So hopefully you've learned it. And see if you can do the body percussion and the harmonies and all of the rhythms together at the same time. There's there. You don't really need to see that. It's more so that you can hear it. So let's see if, let's do a quick, can we hear that? Yeah. So there's a little, there's 4 beats at the beginning, which you should hear quite clearly. And then we're all going to come in. And it's exactly as Vicky taught us. The chorus first, then the verse, then the chorus again. Ready? And this is the last performance with us for today. I hope everybody tuning in for the rest of Imagine Orchestra and Cruinniú has a wonderful day. And I hope you've enjoyed our workshop. Here we go. This is Bring Me a Little Water, Sylvie.
Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while. Sylvie, come running, bucket in hand. I will bring a little water fast as I can. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Bring me little water now. Bring me little water, Sylvie. Every little once in a while.
And there we have it. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. That was so much fun.
It really was.
Amazing work, guys. A lovely session. Thank you so much for joining us. Kieran, I'm sorry, but I feel reassured that there's another man that can't do all of those gestures.
Yeah, well, we can't do everything, you know. Vicky's clearly the multitasker of the group.
Vicky, that's seriously tricky though. But like, I, as a less than mediocre percussionist once upon a time, I struggled with that. That's why I turned off the camera, right? As to not embarrass myself. I see what you mean though. Once you get into that kind of, I'd imagine it's one of those ones when you get the groove going, you just don't want it to stop.
Exactly. I think you start to hear the song with the percussive elements, and then it's kind of like, I guess, playing along with a guitar or something. You hear like there's something missing if you're not doing it then. So that's how it feels.
Yeah, totally. Totally infectious sound a cappella, I have to say. Just a beautiful sound world, gorgeous. And kind of a knit in under the body, kind of nice feeling under the skin, feels like a warm hug. It's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. How did you both as singers get into a cappella? I'm assuming you didn't arrive at it straight away. Did you come at via a different pathway?
Not so. I mean, we've both come from different places, but it's good actually that you're speaking to Vicky and I. We're the two oldies of the group. Vicky, hope you don't mind me saying that, but we're the two founding members of Ardu. We've known each other for going on 10 years nearly now, and we founded the group about 7 years ago, but we came from different places. Personally, I actually studied voice at the academy as a tenor, and did lots of opera and choral music and things like that, which I still do, and I still really enjoy it. And maybe Vicky can tell you where she came from and how we came together a little bit.
Yeah, so I studied voice. Prior to that, I was a violinist that was my beginnings, my entry into the music world. So I was playing in youth orchestras and things like that, which I think has given me a good sort of understanding of sometimes how we approach arrangements and things like that, harmonies and such. However, yeah, my love was singing in choirs, and that was sort of what sucked me in. And then, yeah, obviously choirs are perhaps the original a cappella sound. And yeah, basically the group then came together through Kieran and I wanting to really just establish something that wasn't around so much back then. And for me anyway, I feel like it's just such a rewarding discipline because, like you can see, it is very multi, what was that word we just used to describe me? A lot of multitasking involved, yeah. So it kind of brings out all of those elements that each musician can bring to the group. And also you just have to be very on the ball with tuning and rhythms and all those things as well. So it's really challenging too.
And I think it's really nice just to add to that really, really quickly. I think it's great that we are part of, you know, the idea of an Imagine Orchestra. It's great what you're doing with Cruinniú Noone Imagine Orchestra, but very often the orchestra, the instruments, the bassoon, the trumpet, the violin are set in a completely different place from the voice, and we love sort of exploring the voice as an instrument, and that it's not just, you don't just add the singer on top, but you know, you can create all different sounds, and we can be part of, you know, an ensemble, whether it's a small one or a big one as well.
Yeah, I think we're on a long journey of righting the wrongs of pigeonholing and distinguishing between what's a musician or instrumentalist and a vocalist. It's something that doesn't even sit well with me. I mean, we're all musicians, and we all have an instrument the day we're born. Some instruments are better than others. You guys are good. My instruments maybe not as good as yours. But the idea is that you're an instrumentalist from the day you're born. It's funny, going back to what Vicky said. The thing that I love and the thing that I fear about a cappella is one and the same thing. It's that the transparency, the kind of, dare I say, nakedness, because there's only a small group, and you got to be on the ball. But then it's the timbre, the sonority of that with that smaller group as well is the thing that leads into that gorgeous richness and the variety, and that there's just something innately beautiful about that sound word. But I would not want to be in the group because it's just like you're exposed.
I think a lot of people would say that, and I can see where you're coming from. But I think it's one of those things. It's like anything. I wouldn't want to, you know, play a brass instrument. I wouldn't know where to begin. All that, you know, technical embouchure stuff. But there's a whole different skill set with singing in an ensemble. And I think once you practice and understand about listening and responding to the voices around you and understanding your own voice, I think you might change your mind, Brendan, if you come and give it a go sometime.
I don't know. You haven't heard me sing, Kieran. I'm not so sure. I love the process of singing. I think we don't do enough of it. Whether you're a musician or not, everybody should sing, and it's great to see that across the country now. There's a deep impact through Sing Ireland, getting, you know, primary schools and secondary schools singing at that level as well, in a real way in the classroom, and that's where it should start. We should all be growing up singing, even me. But I'm going to stick to. Well, I was going to say I'm going to stick to percussion, but I don't even do that anymore. So, listen, a wonderful session. I can't thank you enough. Really, really loved it. The comment said it all. Really lovely in terms of the warm up and the process. And in terms of the website for everybody at home, Kieran and the team in Ardu have put lots of lovely content up there, including, and I didn't realize you did this, in terms of your beatboxing prowess. Kieran, it's quite impressive, the vocal percussion. It's really cool. It's really, really good.
Thanks.
So get on there. You'll see the videos there, really accessible. You can pause them, you can try them. The session that Leanne and Kieran did as well. Work your way through it, work your way through that body percussion, that stuff that Vicky's got down, but just enjoy it. Those resources are there now, and we'll continue to build upon those in the future as well, hopefully with a little bit of help from Ardu. So thanks, folks. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks once again for joining us on Cruinniú Noone Imagine Orchestra.
Thanks, Brendan.
So much. Very enjoyable.
Thanks, Mel. For everybody at home, we're going to take another 5-minute break. Well, maybe 8 minutes until we get to the hour of 3. And we're going to be joined then by Ed Devan, and he's got some cool stuff coming down the track. So hold on to your seats. It's going to be interesting. A little bit more techy, but we're going to be doing some sound design. See you in about 8 minutes. Thanks, guys. Welcome back, everybody, to Imagine Orchestra and the last session for today. Unbelievably, how the time has flown over the last 4 hours, and we're coming into our 5th hour now, and a really exciting one to finish the day. Delighted to welcome the next gentleman, who is at various different things: a sound artist, he designs instruments, an educator, and electronic producer as well. But I'll let him tell you a little bit more about himself. I'm delighted to welcome Ed Devan. Ed, how are we doing?
Not too bad. How's it going?
You are very welcome to Imagine Orchestra, Cruinniú, all of that good stuff today. We're having a really great day, great fun, and we've had some great sessions, and I'm really excited about this one. So first of all, maybe just tell us a little bit about yourself, Ed, where you are and what typically you do.
I describe myself as a sound artist because I find that's a good general term for the various things that I'm involved in. I started out producing electronic music using, hard drum machines and hardware and things like that and computers, and slowly got into building instruments for use in my productions to the point where now I don't really make music at all anymore in the kind of traditional sense or even in the electronic production sense. Often my music kind of manifests itself as sound installations that other people can actually interact with and make music with. So yeah, I spend a lot of time actually designing things and making things out of wood and metal and electronics and all different types of materials that in turn make sound. So I do a lot of educational workshops with people of all ages also, and I suppose something that's always been of interest to me is how sampled audio, so I'll get into what I mean by sampled audio, how you can use basically any sound and you can shape it into something else, and then you can make music from that. So yeah, that's basically what I'm going to do in this demonstration. I'm going to just record a few things, common everyday items. I'm going to sample them. I'm going to manipulate the sound a little bit and make them into a very simple track. So yeah, that's...
It sounds amazing. And on that note, I think it's time for me to get out of the way, and we can have a quick chat afterwards. I'm really looking forward to this. So the floor is yours. Enjoy.
Yeah, jump in if I go too far off the track.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, I suppose my definition of music, or of what is useful as sound, is quite broad. That said, I'm going to make a track with the drum beat. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'll show you the software that I'm going to use. It's called Ableton Live, and it's a music production software. It allows you to record audio, which is just sound, basically the recorded form of sound. And you can play kind of virtual instruments like synthesizers and things like that, drum machines that are all on the computer. So in practicing for this session earlier on, I was just kind of playing around with whatever I have on my table, random stuff. And I came up with this track. So I'm just going to share my screen and let's see, I'll just minimize that. Okay, so yeah, here we go. Okay, so you get the idea there. what I'm going to do now is basically delete all of this because you're not going to see how I made it. I'm just going to start from scratch basically. So what I have here is a microphone. This is quite important, right? So I am in a fairly quiet room. It's quite a big room. You can maybe hear a bit of a reverberation or echo in it, but there's not much background noise. So that's pretty good for recording. I have a pretty nice microphone here beside me, and I'm going to record things quite close to the microphone. So it'll just be basically the sound that I want. There's no background sound of traffic going past or people making noise, just the audio I want. And I'm going to record something now. So I have a variety of things with me. I'm going to start with this. This is a tube. So it's a water pipe. Cardboard tubes will work just as well for this. You may have seen instruments called slap tubes where people have loads of pipes and they play them with these kind of mallets or bats. Sometimes they use flip-flop shoes. I'm going to use my hand. And I'm going to basically record the open end of this tube. I'm going to hit it. Okay, like that. Now I'm going to sample that sound. Sample, basically I'm recording it. Okay, so that's what I mean by sample. Sampled audio, recorded sound. Okay, so now you can hear that sound playing back. If I double click on it, you can see this is called the waveform. So this is the audio visualized. I like that last sound there. Let's have a listen to this. Okay, I'm going to just kind of select the bit I want. I'm going to cut off the bits I don't want. And then I'm going to make a new track. So this track here is just for the microphone, and then this new one here is going to include a sampler. So a thing that can manipulate audio. I'm going to drop this sound in here. So this is Ableton Live. I've been using it for a long time. I'm going to show you later on in the session kind of free tools that you can use that do similar things where you can record sound and you can edit it. I'm using this because it's something I'm very familiar with and I can quickly make something quite musical with it. Musical with a little star beside it because that's purely down to personal taste. So, okay, classic. Let's see if I... Sorry, I had the wrong thing there. I want a drum rack. So this is basically just a thing that can take multiple samples. So, okay, so that's just the sound as the microphone heard it. What I'm going to do now is tune it down. So basically what it's going to happen is it's going to slow down the recording and play it at a lower speed so that the pitch will go down as well. So if I turn it down 12 semitones, that's 1 octave, it's going to be half the frequency it was before. Okay, that's okay, but what I'm going for here is a kick drum, bass drum. I'm bringing it down 2 octaves. That's a bit more like it. I'm going to turn up the volume a little bit. And I'm going to do this thing with the pitch where I kind of change the pitch at the very beginning of the sound. No, I want it to go the other way. I want it to go boo. Okay, that's sounding a little bit better. Okay, so there's my kick drum. Now I am going to record let me see if I get a straw. I'm going to do two things with the straw. I want to get a kind of a snare drum sound now, something for the downbeat. And I want a kind of a noise sound. So when I blow across the top of this tube, you can kind of hear that wind sound. It has a pitch, but it's kind of percussive. So that's going to be useful for this. As you'll see, I'm going to use this and I'm going to pitch it down and play around with it a little bit. And then I'm going to layer another sound on top of that, so I get a kind of a composite or a more complex sound that's made up of several different sounds. And this is a very common thing in sound design. Okay. I want that second last one there, I think. Okay, that bit. And I'm going to turn this up a bit, and I'm going to make it kind of loud at the beginning of the sound and then quiet, the rest of it. By playing with these amplitude controls here. And I'm going to pitch it down a little bit as well. Okay, and at that point, I'm going to make a very simple drum beat. So this is called sequencing, and this is how a lot of contemporary music, a lot of pop music, dance music of all types would use a sequencer. It's just a way of playing back these audio files in a rhythm that's it's not played by a drummer, it's the computer doing it. So this is how we do it. We draw in the note. This is my kick drum, this is my snare. And let's hear what that's like. Okay, let's turn this up a little bit more. And I'll just start with a 1 bar loop, which is going to get very repetitive very quickly, but I'm going to put it there. Okay. Now I'm going to get, what will I get? Piece of paper. So there's lots of things you can do with a piece of paper in terms of making interesting sounds. So I'm going to record a few things and then see what's useful. This is something you can try yourself at home. Get a piece of paper and see how many different types of sound you can make with it. I've got a couple of sounds that I want particularly from it. That's one. And that's the one I want for my snare drum sound. So it's basically a noise sound. There's not a clearly defined pitch in there, and it's percussive, and that's what I'm looking for. Let me see. I want a couple of sounds of that. I'm going to copy that. Take that bit out there, and let's see what this sound is like. Okay, let's see what that sounds like in reverse. So if I get that, just chop it down a bit so I can kind of see what I'm doing a bit better. Turn it up a little bit. And then I'm going to reverse it at that point there. So it's going to play backwards. Okay. So that's kind of handy. Crop that. I'm I'm going to import both of those sounds into my drum rack, which is just, like I say, a collection of different samples. So when we combine that and that, what I'm going for is kind of an electronic version of a real snare drum, which has at least two kind of components to the sound. It's got the sound of the skin being struck with the stick. It's got the sound of the snares, which are the kind of springs at the back of the skin. So they're the sort of the noise component, the sharp, the start of the sound, and then you've also got the resonance of the shell of the drum. So the kind of the hollow cylindrical part of it, the air that's vibrating in that kind of goes boom, and that has a slight pitch to it. So that's what I was going for with the blowing into the straw. This part here is just the kind of the sharp attack sound. And okay, we'll just put that there. And I'm just going to turn off my bass drum for now and then listen to this. Oh. Let's see if I change the pitch on it. I will try pitching this up. It's good enough as it is. So I'm just leaving that sound pretty much straight up, piece of paper being ripped. Now, what was that other sound that was playing in the background? So we'll get this, and I'm going to add this in as a sort of a light percussion sound that's going to run underneath the main beat of the kick and the snare, to add a little sort of textural rhythm to it. So let's see, I don't know what this is going to sound like exactly, but we'll give it a shot. Now let's pitch that down so it goes a bit longer. And then I'm going to cut out the lower frequencies with a thing called a filter. So I don't want that kind of that low sound, because that's going to interfere with the main beat. I want it just the high part of the sound. So I'm going to use a thing called a high pass filter, which is going to block everything below the bass range of the sound. Okay, so we're just using noises basically, but when you take sounds out of their original context in this way, you can do quite a lot with them. I'm going to add in some tonal sounds now, and again I'm going to use my drinking straw. These are from IKEA. I got them years ago. They're probably not made out of a biodegradable plastic, which I would recommend that if you have to buy straws, get the PLA ones, because they will biodegrade. Should work with any kind of drinking straw that's made out of a plastic. The paper ones don't really work on this, unfortunately. You're getting the end of the straw, kind of squishing it down a little bit like that, and then cutting two pieces off to make a sort of a V shape. Okay, and then this is basically going to make a thing called a reed. So when I squeeze this together and blow into it, it makes the two parts vibrate off each other, and that makes a tone, which is kind of sounds like a duck. Okay, so it's not a very pretty sound, but I accept it as it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to record myself playing this a couple of times, and I'm going to cut bits off the straw, and you'll hear what happens differently. I feel a little bit faint after that. Okay, so let's see what we got. Skip to the good parts. It sounds a little bit ridiculous. So let's see. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to try something different. I'm going to make there's 5 different pitches there, so I'm going to try and kind of layer them on top of each other to make a chord, and then I'm going to use I'm going to play chords with the keyboard. I'm not a piano player. My music theory, I'm sure the people listening to me have far more music theory than I have, so it's going to be fairly basic stuff. But let me see, I want to get a new instrument. I'm going to put simpler. Okay, put that there, and then so that's one sample. Okay, when I press a key, that's it playing back really fast. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to layer that. So basically I'm going to have multiples of this sound playing at the same time. When I press one key, it's going to play back 5 versions of this sample. So I'm just going to copy and paste this same sample, and then I'm going to try and move around where in that sample it plays back. Okay, so that one, we only want that section. This second one down, we want this bit. And I'm just going to tune these by ear because they're probably not going to make a very nice sounding chord. Seeing as how random it was, how I cut bits off that straw. But we'll see. Okay, so get ready. That sounds pretty cool, I think. It kind of sounds like singers, doesn't it? That's actually, I quite like that as it is. Okay, I'm going to add a bit of an effect onto this now, so reverb. So if anyone has ever been inside a large building like a church or cathedral and heard the effect of the sound or the effect of the space on sound, basically the sound vibrations are bouncing off the hard surfaces, and because they're so far apart, because it's a large building, it takes a bit of time for those reflections to hit the opposite walls, and that's happening thousands of times a second, and it's making a thing called reverberation. So it's basically the original sound bouncing off walls and creating like little echoes that are heard so fast that it sounds like a sort of like one sound. So audio effects, you will hear what I'm talking about now if that isn't clear from my explanation. Okay, so this is the dry sound, so just the sound without the effect. And then with the reverb. Okay, so that's... I'm going to make it so that the sound kind of fades out a little. And I'm going to have that it sort of fades in slowly a bit by changing the volume at the start of the sound so that it kind of goes rather than just starting from the. Okay, so let's try and bring that back into the beat. Again, I'm going to do something to filter out the top frequencies. My approach to music is always, it's more about the texture of the sound and the sounding over time, rather than doing anything too complicated rhythmically or harmonically or melodically. Like I say, I don't really have great training or aptitude in those fields, but in terms of listening to the sound and changing it over time, that's something I feel I have more expertise and experience in. So okay, we'll go with something like that. Now, I'm going to leave that. I'm not going to sequence that. I'm just going to have that I can play around with it with the beat. And I am going to use a balloon next to make some sort of squeaky sound. Try it with a balloon, right? Get a balloon if you have one later on. And again, play around with it, see what you can do. Okay, I'm going to wet my finger a little bit. So what I'm interested in with this is the low frequencies that it can make, because low frequencies, like proper bass sounds, can be tricky to make with everyday materials like this. But these balloons are kind of handy for it. I'm going to just press record. Oh, hang on. I don't want that playing. Okay. Let me see. There were some sounds there. Brendan, am I talking to myself here, or am I still streaming?
You're still streaming.
Great. Okay. Because I can't see the browser because it'll just share the screen too many times. So no, that's fine.
You're good. You're good to go. Just enjoying all the noise making. It's great.
I like those last three there. Let's try those two. Okay, kind of like that. Again, I'm going to sequence this one. So I've added a couple of effects on. Overdrive it's basically making sound louder than it can go, but it's adding a lot of distortion to the original sound. So to give you an example of what I mean, I'm going to turn the drive down. This should not have an effect. That's a little bit, and then when I turn up drive, so it's making it more kind of snarly sounding, which is what I'm looking for. But I don't want it taking over the whole track, so I'm going to filter out some of the high frequencies, which is what this does here. So it's taking everything out above 1000 hertz. Maybe we'll get a little bit of movement into that. So amount. So I want to do a bit more with this, and let's see, I'm gonna loop little bits of it. So what I'm doing here is just selecting little bits, like this kind of little bit here that's in yellow is going to be looped repeatedly. So it's just going to, when it gets to the end, this arrow here, it's going to start playing again as long as I've got my finger pressed on the key. Let's see, I'm going to pitch some of these things up a bit. Okay, I'm liking the sound of that a little bit more. So next thing I'm gonna get again just random stuff that I have lying around. A milk bottle which I have taken the time to clean out so that it doesn't stink when I open it up. And I have a piece of fishing line, just a thread or whatever would do. And what I kind of want to do here is use the plastic bottle as a resonator. So if you think of an acoustic guitar or a violin or any of those acoustic stringed instruments, they have strings stretched over a hollow wooden box, essentially. And the fact that it's hollow makes the sound bounce around in a kind of a very miniature version of the cathedral that I explained earlier on with the reverb. So the sound waves are bouncing around inside the box and are being amplified or made louder. Strings by themselves make very little noise because they can't really move that much air, which is necessary for vibration. And what this is doing is the surface of this plastic bottle is transferring the vibration from the string to the air, and then by extension to my microphone. I don't know. I have to figure out some way of actually playing this. Okay, so again, not a very exact art, but good enough for the purposes of this quick demonstration. So I'm going to record some strings. Okay, probably not my finest work, but let's see. I'll get the end bit there. It was kind of getting into a better rhythm. Okay, I want that little bit there. And I'm going to dump the rest. And I'm going to turn it up a bit so it's a bit louder. And I'm going to pitch it down a bit, but in a way that's maintaining the actual timing of it. It's going to be as I played it in terms of the time. It's not slowing down the time as well as the pitch. And this is called time stretching, or well, pitch shifting, time stretching. But okay, so let's see. It'll probably get drowned out in this. Yeah. So you can hear what happens there when I play that bass sound. It's very full in terms of the frequencies it uses, so it's kind of hogging all the space. So it's hard to hear the string part. So I'm just going to mute that. And I'm going to cheat a little bit with my timing, and I'm going to make things perfect by changing the timing, the when these notes arrive to be on beats or half beats. So it's going to fit in with my rather simple rhythm. And I'm going to make it 2 bars long so it just fits in nicely. How are we doing for time there, Brandon? Am I wrapping up now, or?
No, it's 3:41.
We go till for another. It's till 4, is it? Or
absolutely, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if people are willing to see where this goes, I'm happy to continue. So.
I like it. It's taken a bit of a turn for me with the in a good way. Sorry, with the fishing wire.
Yeah, that's the quickest way I could think of bringing strings into it.
I like it
without building anything. So
does it kind of a neo spaghetti western come Massive Attack come kind of underworld vibe coming through? I like it.
Cool. Well, we'll see what we can do with it.
I'm going to retreat backstage again and enjoy.
Yeah. I kind of want to hear. I want to hear that pitched up a bit played at the same time. So the original sample and the pitched down sample playing at the same time. And I'm going to just do another version of it, and let's see what we can do. Okay, it's kind of getting a bit more interesting now. Okay, and I'm going to basically record. So that's the same sample, just played. I've set the point at which the sample starts playing slightly differently on each, and they have different tunings on each. It's the same sound file though. I'm going to record that into a new sound. So let's see if I group those sounds together. So I can take audio from group 1 and okay. And then I can stop these ones here. And now I've got this, which is my new sound, which I can then again start playing with. And yeah, so that was probably the finest piece of music I've ever created. Obviously, this is just something very quickly thrown together with very random pieces of material, but you can see the power of sampling, like electronic music production techniques, in that the material can be extremely basic. So going forward, I think if anyone who's listening now or watching is interested in kind of exploring sound and sound recording, a good place to start is your if you have a phone or if you have access to a phone, smartphone. I'm just going to show you a voice recorder that I've been using. So this works for Android and iOS or Apple phones. Awesome voice recorder, or AVR, and it's basically it takes the microphone from your phone. It gives you a very simple interface. You just press a button, start recording, and then you can actually see the waveform, which is very handy. So you can go around collecting sounds, and so it is very handy having a little portable recorder with you at all times if you have a phone, or if you have an older person who has a phone who you can get to record nice sounds when you hear them. And then to kind of start editing sound in some way similar to what I've been doing, without spending any money, without downloading anything. This Twisted Wave, which is a audio editor, so you can do basic wave editing with it. You can't really sequence sounds in the same way that I was making beats and stuff with it, but you can definitely import sounds and cut the pieces out that you want and reverse them, and change the speed and pitch and those kind of things that give you those really drastic changes in the sound material, where you can kind of change the sound of a piece of paper ripping and turn it into something completely different. So it's well worth having to play around with. If you're interested in looking at Ableton Live, there's I think you can, at least it was recently with the pandemic, you could get a 3-month trial of Ableton. Generally it's 1 month, which is plenty of time if you have access to a computer, if you have interest in learning it. There's loads of resources online. There's loads of instruments built into it that you don't even need to record any sounds. You can just actually start playing with kind of synthesizers and drum samples and things like that. So I guess, are there any questions or anything at this stage?
Nothing in the chat there, Ed. No, I have a couple of questions actually. It was funny. We kind of jumped into it was like you were mid design and then all of a sudden we were in performance mode, but it was improvisory, or there was kind of discovery behind it all as well. It was kind of mind blowing, really enjoyable actually from that perspective. Where does all of that kind of balance out? That kind of, because I know you're kind of in demo mode now, but when you're in that kind of investigating process, and then all of a sudden you find actually here's a road I'll travel down, because when you went down that road, all of a sudden we were in big fat beats being dropped, and it was kind of cool. Is there a structured process, or you just let it evolve and see what happens?
This is basically my process. I don't always use as sound sources. I generally try and pick things that are a bit more, there's a bit more thought gone into them, I guess.
Sure.
Sometimes not. I mean, I sample a lot of recordings of zither, like a stringed instruments that I've made. But but yeah, it is a lot of the time it's making some very simple loops like that, and then playing with them, like you say, in performance mode, and just kind of seeing where it wants to go. Like I was saying as well, that I'm kind of more interested in, I suppose, in a lot of the music I produced. It's for a club setting where people are going to be dancing, and the repetition of the beats is kind of the main aspect of it. The groove, like that, people can get into it and they can kind of lose themselves to the rhythm. Yeah. And then the sounds happening over time kind of add a sonic interest to that, so it's not just mind-numbingly repetitive. There's a place for that as well, I think. But it is very much just seeing where it goes, improvising. A lot of the time, like, what I try to do is set up live systems like this that I can basically jam and record. I used to spend weeks on tracks, like sequencing and editing, and I just don't have time for it anymore. I don't have the patience for it. It just kind of kills the spontaneity of making music for me to get that deep into the details.
So interestingly, that's the word that came to mind with what you just did there, was the kind of spontaneous. It felt free, whereas if you think about that kind of club orientated style music, there's somewhat of, dare I say it, there's almost the kind of classical music approach, the Western music approach, where there's a structure. You can almost see where the kind of the 12-18 pattern is going to revolve, where there'll be a bass drop somewhere, where there's a hook, where there's a pattern change. Whereas what you did there just felt very free, albeit it was exploring that style of music. So it was more interesting, I have to be honest. As somebody who used to frequent club and enjoys that music, it just felt a little bit more spontaneous, which was really nice to hear. It was very, very enjoyable from that perspective. In terms of, because I've seen it on your Facebook feed. How's the welding going, and where does all of that fit in? Is this discovery as well, or is it something? Is there a little thing that's annoying you? There's a little itch that you want to scratch with the welding, or what is it?
Welding, because I've never really done welding up until the last 2 weeks. It's just another in a long list of skills that I have wanted to acquire. I think I'm a serial skills acquirer. That's the main drive I get out of being creative, is learning new things and challenging myself. And I suppose in some ways that's kind of why I don't spend too much time making music anymore, like in this way that I've shown you, because I've done it, it's, well, in terms of like making welding, I'll show you one of the things I have it here.
Please, yeah.
So,
oh wow,
this is it's going to be a water wheel that rotates, and kind of like a musical sequencer.
Oh yeah.
It will strike different tuned percussion tubes and bars and stuff like that when rainwater goes through it.
Amazing.
So I had to learn welding to make it actually an outdoor sound installation.
And that's after 2 weeks of welding.
Yeah.
Good for you. Is it a MIG welder you're using for that, or
TIG?
TIG.
TIG.
So I suppose it's just an interesting thing, and this is the more exploratory world that we live in, where welding is now kind of musical design, or music. I don't want to say music creation, but it's sound design, sound creation. So all of this feeds back into this kind of creative soul that you are, which is an interesting thing, I think. I from one who has a father who was a mechanical engineer, welding is the thing he does, or was one of the things that he does. But being creative and coming up with some sort of sound design was never the outcome. It was for gates and padlocks and security or whatever you're having. So it's very interesting. Are there any other kind of I'm going to call it more odd skills that you might say that's not necessarily associated with creatives that you've come across or that you've developed yourself?
Learning how to design circuit boards. Another engineering skill essentially that's been really hugely beneficial to my ability to make sound installations. Because often I use electronics and I need to control things like lights, or I have sensors, or I have speakers and things, and being able to actually have something to hold all those components together properly for a long period of time, otherwise known as a circuit board, that's been really useful. Coding using Arduino, again for the same reasons, to kind of add interactivity to my work, where people can tap buttons and faders and things, and then that information is passed to make sound in some way, to control motors or solenoids, that kind of thing. Neither of which were very easy to learn. I kind of always have that end goal in mind as to like why I'm learning it. It's to make sound installations. It's to add functionality to my ability to make work. So that justifies sometimes it takes years to learn these things. I'm still learning all these things. Really, there's so much to learn.
Yeah, no doubt. Some roads I'm sure are more difficult than others, especially in that kind of the nature of that type of work, especially in electrical or mechanical engineering. Final question for you: What's next? What's the next skill that you think you're going to acquire? Or have you even thought about it yet? You're immersed in the welding for now.
Welding is I think that's a big enough thing. That's this year. I think I'll think of something else next year. But yeah, I'm making 2 commissions. One, so that this water wheel thing is going to be in Galway quite soon, as part of the Galway 2020 now 2021 the city culture. So a legacy project involved in that. And I'm making an interactive sound installation that is made especially for children, so that 8 children can interact with the sensor. That they don't need to touch anything. It's kind of a wireless sensor, and then they can control different aspects of Ableton Live. Actually, it's kind of it's hidden in a little box, but it's Ableton that's powering 8 speakers and 8 sensors. So
fabulous.
So yeah, it's kind of both of those things involve composition to some extent, in that the end, I have to think of kind of ways in which the sound can be made, but I have to think of what sound is to be made first of all. Like that's the beginning point, which is, I find it's a really interesting way of making music.
Yeah,
it's a very roundabout way of getting there, but
yeah, it's certainly a different kind of, let's say it's not the typical cliche pathway, right? But probably a more interesting one, more rounded one. Interesting stuff. I could sit here and talk all afternoon, but unfortunately we're actually over time now. Thanks so much for that session. I was personally indulging in some fat beats being dropped there, and just enjoying that, nodding my head in the background. It was great. But thanks a million for identifying walking through the process and kind of immersing yourself and investigating all the outcomes, and all with household items and things that are around. And that's the beauty of creativity. It's all much more accessible now. So listen, thank you for your time, and we really appreciate it. And for anybody that's watching online, you can check out Ed's website. Ed, if I'm right in saying that, is it there?
Yeah.
edvan@.com. And Ed has kindly put up some resources on the Imagine Orchestra website as well. So there's little homemade instrument shorts in there that you can see, really easy to do at home. You can go and do that right this afternoon. We've had a request for a performance, one last performance of our world record beating Ode to Joy with a twist. So we're going to finish the show today, some 5 hours and 4 minutes later, for Cruinniú with the world record attempt, one more performance of that. Thanks again to everybody that's joined us online today. Right at the very start, obviously, Eimear Noone. Thanks so much to Eimear for joining us and telling us about her processes as a composer and conductor. We had Ty Kinsella with music technology, Vicky and Kieran, the wonderful folks from Ardu, and then last but certainly not least, Ed and the Fat Beats drop that we've enjoyed for the last hour. So thanks to all of our guests, and thanks to all of you. Anybody that is still enjoying Cruinniú, there's still lots of events, and I know there are other events which is at Legacy are being held over. Including some nice stuff that's going on online. Once again, go on to cruinniú.creativeireland.gov.ie and see and hear about all of the information and the events that are still going on. One final time, go check out imagineorchestra.com for those resources. We're going to continue to populate those with lots of information, maybe a little bit more from Ed and some of our contributors today, just to keep you engaged and anything that we can support you with music and creativity. But have a wonderful day, and thank you for joining us online. Ed, thanks so much.
Thanks for having me, and goodbye, everybody. Fair play to for sticking around this long.
All good. Here we go one more time with Ode to Joy with a twist.
Welcome to Imagine Orchestra.